like I should regret calling you Satan.
Every day you should regret calling me Satan, but every day you end up reminded that you did, in fact. Well, not every day. Like 3 times a week, you end up reminded that you just said at some point, "Okay, there's Satan," and have to live with that now forever.
You are legitimately called Satan like 3 different times in my phone.
Yes.
So what you're saying is Satan is a triple threat.
I'm so glad my roommate's out.
Your roommate that went to Christian school with you, yeah?
Because, Father's Day and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Pie!
I forget, is she okay with calling me Satan? I feel like she has sort of been. But I haven't talked to her that much.
No, she does not call you Satan.
Okay. I just remember that the only times I communicate with her are generally just to conspire to get you birthday cupcakes or cakes or whatever. Okay, anyway. Excuse me. Yes, it's Pride Month. We have Pride guests. We should probably introduce things, I guess. Okay. Well,
Did you just call our guests things?
Huh?
Did you just call our guests things?
Did I? I don't know. I blame everything on COVID brain fog, even if it probably isn't anymore. It's fine. I still have some symptoms. That could still be one of them. Maybe. Okay. We have guests, and we should do the intro things. So, Sharky, you first.
Am I supposed to intro myself? People know I'm Sharky.
Well, I don't know. We could have new viewers. We have 10 whole viewers right now, apparently.
That's true. Hi, I Shark. Rarg.
Great intro. Hi, I Satan. Blank? We have this channel called Aces Playing at Attraction where we play dating sims and sometimes other silly things. And today we have guests from the Ace couple who should also introduce themselves.
Hello. We are the Ace couple. My name is Courtney, and my spouse here is... Are you going to introduce yourself? Normally I introduce both of us on the podcast because Royce doesn't like introductions.
Yeah, I thought that was part of the contractual obligations of our podcast. You were going to do the introduction.
You sent me a contract. I did not sign it.
It was the marriage papers. It was in your vows, actually.
Oh, well, we didn't even have a wedding. We did things the old-fashioned way. So, yeah, we are, we're an asexual married couple. We've been married just over 8 years, and we've had a silly little podcast called The Ace Couple for not quite a year yet. And now we're here to date pigeons, apparently.
Again.
It hasn't been a year
Yeah.
yet?
No, we started our podcast at the end of September.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah, well, we're excited to have you. I also just want to say that the captioner is, again, supremely silly since it was saying that you have been wearing a sexual couple.
Yes. as a skin suit.
Hello. Welcome. Awesome?
This is why the stream is marked mature, I believe.
Yes.
This is one. Yes, actually, yes.
Basic. Wait, why do I keep hitting load? No, we're starting a new game. Probably can't be here for long.
But I was told this channel was a lot of fun.
You forgot to put the quotes around fun.
People enjoy their time.
Some people enjoy their time with us. which surprises us, but you know. Is the volume okay? ASM, but call me Adam. Okay. Hello, Adam.
Yeah, volume's fine on my side.
Okay.
But hey, people had fun from me destroying with bread, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I had fun.
I was so disappointed that I was gone out of the house visiting my mother on that day. It's like, are you kidding me? They're being bred and I'm not there to see it.
Bread and floppy goats.
Yes, there was a lot of baguette destruction. I overestimated my capacity for socialness, so I was pretty quiet on Friday.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
you're
it's okay.
fine.
It's always okay to lurk.
Oh, yeah, we never have a problem with lurkers.
It's kind of strange if you have a problem with people lurking. I feel like.
Exactly. I think most of our viewers are, they're probably saying everybody's quiet.
Oh, okay,
Everyone
let
except
me
for Satan is quiet.
Everyone
me-
except for Satan is quiet.
bump everybody.
I think most of our viewers, honestly, would be considered lurkers, or just they watch it the VOD later.
Probably something like that.
Because we'll have like 4 people, and then like I'll go back and see the views, and it will be like 30 views, and I'm like, where did all these people come from?
Other time zones that don't work with us, I guess. I mean, in the first place, I have the very inconvenient being on the West Coast, while mostly everyone that comes to join us and hang out seems to be from the East Coast. So then it's always like, all right, everyone's going to bed. And I'm like, I just got off work.
We
And
get
We've
we
the-
been
were
going to
just in
sleep
Kansas.
lately, slightly after the sun rises, so...
Oh no!
That's-
Oh no!
Quite nocturnal.
That's almost me, except it's a problem because I have my full-time job in the daytimes. Oh well.
Yes, I can see how it would be a problem. We both work from home and make our own hours, so we just, what is the sleeping schedule? Like,
Yeah, no, in the pandemic, because I'm working from home, my sleep schedule slipped from I'm gonna sleep at 2 a.m. each night to, oh, oops, it's 4:30. Oops.
To I am logging into work, and Satan's like, I guess I should be going to bed now.
Yeah, you wake up and respond to me, and I go, yeah, I'm not gonna answer that right now because we're gonna both pretend that I'm asleep, even though we both definitely know that I am not asleep yet.
Because sadly, I work from home. I work 8 to 4:30. So I'm falling asleep at like 11. Stupid IT
Alright.
jobs.
Are the volumes okay better?
Uh,
Are they better now?
are they better now for the guests? That is I. I say something.
Welcome to Saint Pigeonations. Please enter your name.
So you go to sleep when the go to bed monsters come out, aka the birds. No, the birds are not go to bed monsters. They are the monsters we're about to date. So, what's our name?
still rather quiet. Yeah, I was just about to say that. You might have to just shoot up Discord and also the volume. They're all each of our individual volume sliders.
I did. I bumped everyone to like
I can
140.
yell, I can project. I have a theater background.
Oh no! The theater!
You also have a control on your microphone that you can crank up a little.
Oh,
Okay.
that works on the stream?
Yeah.
Yeah, it basically just
Am I
grabs my
louder now?
desktop audio. I've also bumped everyone to 160, so hopefully that's sufficient. I can also turn down the game volume as soon as we exit this screen because it apparently doesn't let me change the volume while I'm on the enter your first name button or screen.
Are we gonna go with our standard name of Crow Cacaw?
What do our guests think? Do they have a suggestion of a name? Otherwise, we'll just do Crocacaw.
Crocacaw works for me.
I don't even know, how did we get that name?
Sounds like you were making bird noises.
Do you think that there was logic there, Sharky?
No.
What
No,
happened was I was like, Final Fantasy 15 movie came out. Crow! Cacaw!
Yeah, that was it.
That was the full logic. If you expected any more logic than that, you're...
So what you're saying is we should never expect anything deep from you two.
No, never.
Our
Noted.
deep cuts include screaming about politics.
Like, our names go as badly as, Ubu Unicorn Bottom?
What was Sparkle's last name again?
I don't remember.
Our Code Realize one right now is named AC, which is relatively not the worst, maybe.
We had a character named Cora after, what was it, Italian for sheep?
Yeah, because they kept calling us a sheep. Because the guy was like a big bad wolf or something. I don't know.
Well, that's the last person you want to call you a sheep.
I've heard about this
Yes.
game. Never actually watched it. Anyone play it?
You will watch as
You
far
were in
as
for something.
we get today. Okay.
On our VOD channel, we have a few gameplay of this already.
Sharky, you always plug the VOD channel and then you don't put the link.
Because
gotta
I'm
put the
talking, I'm not
thing.
thinking and typing. I can't talk and type at the same time.
You say the VOD channel. How are they gonna find the VOD channel, Sharky?
You put it in.
Yeah, making me do
I
all
think
the
that's in the
work.
contract.
It was probably
I
in the
definitely-
contract.
I definitely never signed a contract with you except the one that gives me your soul.
And has me do all of the YouTube.
Oh, well, that's not part of the contract. That you volunteered to do that.
It's been going,
Uh-huh.
but let's go.
Yeah, Crocacaw. Let's go.
Yes.
I hope the volume's better now, because I bumped everyone to 160 and I dropped the game volume.
I can just get really close to the mic like this.
Alright, Sharky ASMR, let's go.
No.
I also apologize because now I'm hosting, so Discord doesn't handily filter out all my coughing. Because Sharky didn't want to host.
Because I knew it was going to be me working on the VOD channel, losing track of time, me being late.
Hatoful Boyfriend includes a powerful visualization module, allowing even the birdiest of birds to appear as normal humans when first introduced. But not the most pudding of birds.
I still love all the subs.
Do we want human
The bird
portraits?
is too strong in some.
Yes, display human portraits, please.
We want them?
I say yes. I vote
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
agree. We
It
still
only
get
shows
bird
it the first
portraits in
time.
there.
Yeah, we still get the bird portraits.
It literally only shows it the first time we meet them, and then we never see the human portraits again. Which makes it really funny that they went to the effort of, like, creating assets for that, and
I
then
think-
it only shows up, like, the one time.
I think they reused them in the Holiday Star,
Did they?
in some of the side content in the Christmas one.
I don't even remember that. Anyway,
We didn't do that side content because it's like 10 minutes each, and we're like, this isn't worth it.
you can take this chance to fulfill a promise from long ago, or you can live a normal school life this semester.
Normal school life, normal school life. We're not doing the secret end.
We're totally normal. Definitely. Mm-hmm. Okay. We've got some roles that we should probably split up between us. Who wants to be... We need an MC. We need a narrator. We need Nageki. Those are the 3 immediate. Well, we'll definitely need these. Who wants...
I'll be Nageki.
Okay.
Still gonna run into Ryota a few times.
We are. I mean, I think we still run into almost everybody.
Yeah.
But,
I have no opinion. However you want to split things up.
Royce needs
Royce
opinions.
would be the level voiced.
what
I'll
I'm
be off the wall
hearing
voices.
is that Rice is gonna be MC to date Nageki. That's what I heard.
I think I can handle that. Does that mean that all of the absurd bird voices in the background are going to be split between you two?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably. I have to remember how to do some of mine.
I'm gonna just go ahead and
I think I was
take
most concerned
narrator.
about Okasan.
Oh, that's Satan. Satan's good for.
Woo!
Satan's good for that. If her voice doesn't cave out from the sickness.
I have honey and lemon in my coffee. It's a little strange, but I think it's helping. Okay.
I know what to get. So I have.
I will gladly tap in if there are extra voices I need to have.
Oh, we'll happily hand you some. I would love to hear you voice Shu.
Oh. I wish I could remember what voice I did for Shu when we played just at home, but it was something menacing. I'll come up with something.
That's usually one of mine, but I would love to hear other people do creepy.
Oh gosh.
I still love the fact that I took Shu and made it a tabletop character.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you did what now?
Yeah, I made Shu as an alchemist called Iza Shu. And I just like took all like the science part of it, and I'm like, he's an alchemist. He likes making bombs and messing with bodies and just figuring out how the world works.
Yeah, mad
Checks out.
scientist.
Not sure about the pun there.
Didn't you say there was someone in your group that would call you Boot or something?
Yes, one of the characters was his first language was Elf, and he was like, oh, he learned Common and he doesn't speak Common well. So when we spoke in Common, he's like, oh, come on now, Boot, let's go do this adventure. And then there was the one time I spoke to him in Elven, and he was like, oh, hello, Shu, how are you doing? And I'm like, dang it.
Okay. So now that I have thoroughly spilled champagne all over the place, that
Oh my
Royce gets to
God.
clean up later.
No, don't spill the champagne.
Oh no.
It was only a little bit. Most of it got in my flute. Don't worry. We made mimosas for this stream.
It's a Sunday. It's brunch for me time, even though I didn't
Exactly, brunch
really
all
have a
day long.
brunch.
Can I call something out real quick?
Yeah.
We just got the Twitch achievement stream for 1,000 hours.
Wow.
That is terrifying.
And
What a momentous occasion. I'm so
Yeah.
honored to have been here for it.
wow. We hit
It's like-
1,000.
Zane's like, oh no. what
And
did
like
do?
we hit 1,000, and you know what? Probably a solid 20 hours of that at least was just the waiting for open and waiting. No, more than 20 hours because there's the times I forgot to turn off the stream. A solid like 50 hours of that is just the pre-time and the post-time if it's just like running. And another like 400 or 500 of that is us just going on tangents, and someone has redeemed a demonology fact.
What'd you say, Royce?
I just
Oh,
wanted
do
to
you
put
need me
things
to
in
grab my
perspective.
demonology book off the shelf?
1,000 hours is more than a contiguous month of streaming. It's around 41 days.
Oh, good lord.
I also have a demonology book that I would usually be referencing, but if you want to give a demonology fact, I'd love to hear yours.
I've got an antique demonology book on my shelf. I will be
Ooh, an
right
antique
back.
one.
Oh, the fact that it's 40 days hurts.
I told Courtney about the Sharky Christmas album, and we're gonna be saving up.
Gosh, dang it!
Magic Fox has been saving up for
Months.
like a year now. Basically ever since I added it to the thing. Because Sharky keeps saying he's not gonna do it, and I'm like, are you gonna deny your fans what they want?
Peer pressure. I mean, once the channel's been running for like a couple of years, maybe it'll grow a bit, and the peer pressure will just keep going.
Well, it's been 3 years, 3.5 actually.
I basically peer pressuring Sharky into doing silly things is my MO, so we're on our way.
Yeah.
Like that's how this channel got started. That's how various other things have happened. That's just what I do. That's just what I do is pressure and annoy you until you do things that you kind of wanted to do anyway, but then didn't.
That's how the YouTube started.
Sharky,
to
the
the
goldfish.
Yeah, Courtney's just gone to the demons.
Oh
Once
no.
she gets back, and
So if I summon a bunch of demons, will we get her back?
possibly.
So
Worth a
this,
shot.
this is
Some
not
demons is always
technically a
worth a shot.
fact book. This is not technically a fact book, so I don't know if this is cheating. But I opened to a random page. This is of 1884's Sir Walter Scott's Demonology and Witchcraft. And I opened to a random
Oh.
page, which was 159. And the quote that jumps out at right in the middle of the page, it has nothing to do with anything, but I'm going to read it because it's fun. Why not? Geographers on pathless downs place elephants for want of towns.
I will also go grab my Lesser Key of Solomon because I can definitely find this section that I was just like, what? Why is this? What? Let me go get that because it's also silly.
The stream has been hijacked by demons, and I spilled coffee. I will be right back.
You're streaming with Satan, so it's not that it's been hijacked by demons. It's that it's run by demons in the first place, or the
So
demons singular.
Never spilled things.
We've gotten 2 people taken by demons, 2 people have spilled things, and then there's a shark.
We're a mess. And we haven't even started dating pigeons yet.
No, and we haven't even started dating the pigeons yet.
Which must happen as soon as everybody has been undemoned away. I demand pigeons.
You demand the pigeons.
I demand pigeons.
The pigeons will come eventually.
Satan was messaging me yesterday. It's just like, for one of the guests, like, is it too much to say for this? I'm like, we're probably going to be tangenting more with guests.
We are almost. We're a bit past halfway of one of the routes on our villain dating sim thing where we're currently going for the evil queen, but that means that we can either do it in 2 streams or 5. Who knows?
We're productive.
Productivity.
Gross.
Okay, I am here again. I am prepared to be a high school girl dating my gender-swapped pigeon wife.
Yes.
I did hear something about the ace couple maybe talking about doing a strange dating sims podcast episode.
I hope so. We have so many.
We do.
I
We
heard
have
that.
played so many weird things.
I heard that at the end of the of one of the episodes about Jaden animations.
Oh, you listened to an episode of ours. Thank you.
Yeah, I saw you did one on Jaden animations, and I'm like, okay, I'll lay it down and like I'll listen to it while I'm trying to like maybe fall asleep. And then I just heard the entire thing, and I'm like, I haven't fallen asleep yet.
That sounds like you.
I had a lot of fun.
Let's see. I think I will read this part of the preliminary invocation as the demon fact because I think this is also funny. They called God, or they referenced God as, "Thou didst produce the moist and the dry, and that which nourisheth all created life." Yes, God, the creator of the moist and the dry.
I mean, it's not wrong.
So I guess your demonology fact is that Solomon calls God creator of the moist and the dry.
Looks like you need to fix the second to bottom.
Yeah, Courtney. So I don't know why it does this sometimes.
No.
Was there something wrong with mine? Is there something I need to do?
There's nothing you need to do. It just like breaks sometimes, or it stops scrolling down, and I just need to refresh it.
Yeah, it's nothing on your end. It's the captioner thing is, or the web browser thing is not always the best.
It's back. Yeah, it automatically scrolls down as you talk, but sometimes it just decides to stop scrolling. I don't know why. This was our better solution compared to our old solution of I didn't have headphones on and I just let the captioner of like a different one that doesn't record onto the screen. It just kind of has an overlay. It would just kind of grab the feedback. That's because Courtney's mic is probably catching the feedback of whatever I'm saying, because that's how ours used to work.
Oh.
Yeah, because it is coming in like a few seconds later.
Mm-hmm. And
Courtney, I did hear your like speaker audio from the basement. I would just check your headphone cables and everything.
Headphone cables. Okay.
Just make sure everything's plugged in.
Troubleshooting.
Well, I assure you everything is plugged in.
I was assuring Courtney earlier, like, okay, well, there's Royce is technical, and I used to work IT, and I'm a programmer, and you work IT actively, so we have lots of technical support here. You are well supported.
Don't make me work IT.
We have 3 tech-savvy people and a pigeon enthusiast.
St. Pigeonations, a school blessed with extensive curricula and facilities and cute pigeon boys. It's already been a year since I ended my ordinary life and walked through these gates. I should probably say, this school is known for one thing in particular. The school is Japan's, no, the world's greatest gathering place for gifted birds. Birds who want to study the arts, the sciences, even sports, all come to St. Pigeonations. The teaching staff and student body are both made up of a diverse blend of birds of diverse backgrounds and species, or different backgrounds and species. I'm often asked why I chose to come here, despite not being a bird. It's a long story.
Not every day I see you rushing along like this.
Bryce, that's you. Are you back in your headphones yet? Royce just popped over to fix my microphone.
I am gonna guess. Oh.
I'm back. I needed to pull the Discord.
Yep, you're good.
Ah.
Okay.
Mm.
Good now.
Okay. You have a line.
Kota.
Usually you'd been ready for an hour by now, Crow. Overslept. I love Ryota.
What a handsome lad.
This rock dove is named Kawara Ryota. We've been friends since he was barely hatched. He can be a little mischievous, but he's responsible and kind.
Breakfast was a little hard to catch today. I can't relax without red meat inside. Living as a hunter-gatherer sounds... that's not my line.
Do not worry. That happens all the time here.
Yes. Yes, it does.
Living as a hunter-gatherer sounds tough. I'd be happy to make you breakfast, you know.
I might take you up on that offer when starvation looms. Thanks, Ryota. Oh, the bell already? Come on, we need to hurry to class.
Jeepers! Oh, no good being late on the first day.
The jeepers every time.
Every time.
And so Ryota pulled me along into the school, yelling jeepers. Today is the start of a new semester. I wonder what lies in store. It was all I could do to adjust to the atmosphere last year. Better make up for all that lost fun. First term. I think we're in 2-3. Ryota and I are in the same class again. Old faces, new faces. A strange thrill fills my heart as I look around at the assembled birds. I hope we all get along. Here's to the formation of many happy memories. Oh, the teacher's here.
Oh no, the teacher's here. Good morning, everybody. I'm not, Nageki Kazuaki. I seem to be your teacher this year. I specialize in math and physics, and also some other things. Sir, wake up! It's homeroom!
He sleeps with his eyes open?
This quail is Nageki Kazuaki. He is a famously soporific math professor. I'd heard the rumors, but I hadn't expected him to fall asleep just like that. Apparently he's well known as a mathematician. Just goes to show, great minds come in all forms.
Huh. Oh, I'm sorry. Isn't it a little warm here? Which reminds me, we have a transfer student. Please introduce yourself, Shirogane.
All right. Who's Snobby Bird?
I can be Snobby Bird.
I could take him. Or,
Oh yeah, go ahead.
let's see. How many more roles do we have to fill out?
Just, Sakuya and, Yuya.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Because some of them are like one-liners, and some of them we're not even gonna run into.
Yeah. Well, if I take... Let's see, I have Oka-san and Sakuya and narrator then?
Yeah, so that would leave Yuya.
Are you Yuya? Or maybe the better question is, would you rather be Sakuya or Yuya? Which brother do you want to be?
I'll be the flirt. I'll try and flirt my life away.
What is the point? I have no wish to speak with commoners. Do not think I'm here because I wish to be.
Oh, I guess that's that. Hey! That's no good. But he doesn't want to introduce himself.
can't just let him break the rules like that, sir. The system will collapse and we'll all turn into kulaks and dissenters.
Gross lines.
Yep.
Well, when you put it like that, could you at least say your name, Shirogane? ...
Shirogane Labelle Sakuya. It seems this fantail is Shirogane Sakuya. His feathers would make any birdie proud. He's pretty stuck up, but then transferring is never easy. I hope we can be friends. Sakuya sits down, glaring daggers at me. I think this little bird is telling me there's going to be trouble down the line. Lunch already. Today is slipping by so quickly. That reminds me, I've had these books out from the library all summer. I'll return them now. What are the library fees on?
3 seeds.
No, at least 5. At least 5 seeds. What's the valuation of each seed? Like, are certain seeds more valuable than other types of seeds then?
Depends on what kind of bird you are. We
Sunflowers are
feed
highly
our
valued.
backyard birds.
But then, when you're buying seeds later, how do you buy seeds with seeds?
Yes.
It's a conversion value.
Free sunflower seeds for a peanut.
Also, I think we don't buy seeds later. We buy beans.
Oh, true, it's beans, right.
Beans.
One of many ways how this game is inaccurate to reality.
Where is everyone? Aside from the receptionist, there's hardly anybody here. Huh? Is someone looking at me? Probably just my imagination. Or not. A mourning dove stands in a dark corner staring in my direction. Mourning doves aren't very common in Japan, but apparently they're everywhere in America.
Do you want something from me? You looked away.
Not really.
Oh god, the music for him started and I'm gonna cry. I'm pretty sure it was him who I felt looking at me. There's no one else here.
Are you sure?
Yes. I don't want anything with you. It's the things you're carrying that I'm interested in.
He glances at the desk, as if to say, hurry up and return them already.
Oh, sorry. They were a little too dense and I never finished them. Were you waiting for them all summer?
He silently returns his gaze to his book. Maybe he's in a bad mood?
I was not prepared to say this name out loud. I am Kaka Crow, a sophomore. What about you?
Everyone clip that real quick.
Well, we just need one.
You're?
Nageki. Jishiro. Jishiro Nageki. Freshman. Oh, precious boy!
The precious child.
So sad. Fujishiro Nageki, huh? Mourning doves are pretty rare in Japan. Maybe it's
Pretty
just his
common
voice.
on our backyard deck.
Apparently everywhere in America.
Can
He's-
confirm, we have dozens.
Maybe it's just his voice, but he seems kind of sad.
Leave me alone.
He's reading his book again.
Okay. Sorry to bother you. I keep meeting depressing people today.
The funniest thing is that leave me alone while reading a book is how I met my now roommate.
That's how you know it's the right roommate for you.
Because my roommate was like, "Hey, what book are you reading?" Because I seemed like just lonely sitting there reading a book, and I'm like, "Leave me alone. I just want to read."
So you establish personal boundaries right out of the gate. That's a good qualification for a roommate.
I
Yeah.
was like in 7th grade. It was a long time ago.
The only time Sharky knows how to establish boundaries.
When I'm reading a book. Yeah.
Now that I have that out of the way, I think I'll head back to class. Wait, isn't that?
Oh no.
You should have been instructed not to approach me in school.
Come on, Safia. What kind of thing is that to say to your own brother? After all these years...
My brother? You must be joking. You've never once been a brother to me. Please, don't try to talk to me again. I've no time for half-breeds. I'll be going now.
Hey, wait just a... I guess even if we're in the same school now, what's done is done.
I hadn't meant to eavesdrop, but I think I just overheard something juicy.
I should not be drinking during this.
You
Going for a
should
third
be.
Spill.
I have a thing where I will take a drink and then something's said that I'll laugh at, and I'm like, I'm glad I haven't started drinking yet, because it would have erupted out of me.
That's like...
New objective, full stream spill. We already have 2 of 4.
I think I'm too low on my coffee to spill anymore. I guess I'll have to get more soon. The ever-popular trendsetter and ladies' man Sakazaki Yuya is Sakuya's brother? I wonder what the story behind that is. Ooh.
And
Hey!
Exclamation point.
You know what? We read all of the ... So that's 100% fair.
That's why I wanted to... Sorry, Royce, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for laughing that hard.
No, the goal of every stream is the Sharky wheeze.
And apparently...
I was laughing equally hard. I just moved away from the microphone.
I'm just so loud that my microphone picks me up.
I can relate to that.
My head was actually in a pillow for half of that.
Good job.
Okay, so yes, we're going for Sharky Wheeze and the quadruple
Spill.
spill.
Yes.
The rare, the elusive.
I hope I don't spill. I have some game consoles here.
Well, you just have to aim your spill accurately so that it doesn't hit any of the consoles.
It will just hit the
Carefully
screen.
calculated spit take.
Here's the problem, Royce. My consoles are in front of my screens.
No, you turn to the side and aim your spill directly on your own bed.
No, if I turn to the side, it will be aimed at my work phone.
Even better.
Head back straight up to the ceiling like a fountain.
Bonus points to catch the spill.
very quick transition to the Wii's.
Reading is so hard.
That wasn't even reading.
The whole thing, right? Are you a friend of Sakuya's?
How did it get Cepheus out of Sakuya?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to listen in on you. Confusion?
I am too laughy now. Stop it.
Don't stop it.
No sweat. I try to stay sexy and suave in front of all of you little ladies, but that there wasn't too cool. I forgot he has
So
glasses.
sexy, so suave.
So suave.
Do
Very
the glasses
sexy.
make him sexy?
No, it's the hair clips.
Mmm.
I don't know. In anime and visual novels, glasses kind of are a symbol of sexy sometimes.
Sometimes. He's got the
Perhaps
sexy
they do,
glasses.
Middle finger and index finger like push the bridge up the nose very slowly.
Ah, yes.
Have you seen Van Helsing and Victor Frankenstein?
He's got closer to the Van Helsing glasses. Victor has the, like, nerd glasses, and Van Helsing has the cool guy glasses. He's got the Van Helsing, like, cool guy rectangular glasses.
Reference to Code Realized that we've been playing on Sundays.
Yes. The game where the MC has poisoned skin, so, like, if she's not asexual, she's still not participating in anything. Also, she's, like, she's not ace, I think. This fantail pigeon is Sakazaki Yuya, an upperclassman. I've never talked to him before, but he's famous, or infamous, throughout the school. Every birdie knows of him. He's a really shitty secret agent. Everyone knows him.
Every birdie knows.
But that's the thing. If everybody knows you, they're not going to suspect you.
Hiding in plain sight.
Exactly.
Indeed.
You're Crow, right?
How did you?
I know everybody here. Besides, you're the only human. A single poppy in a field of rye. Did you say you were a friend of Sakuya's?
Did you just call me drugs?
Yes, you human are drugs.
The human is something.
Sadness.
Not exactly. We had a rather ballistic introduction this morning. We're in the same class, that's all. I never have thought that stuck-up aristocrat wannabe was your brother. Oh, I have really strong opinions.
Crow has some opinions.
Crow's already like, eat the rich.
I mean, given our
Well,
hunter-gatherer
Crow is
lights,
the
We live in a cave.
Sorry, my bad. Eat the rich is a different route.
Yeah.
Eat the rich is a specific route. This one's just eat the game. Meat eater humor. Am I doing it right?
how many years have you been vegetarian by now?
17?
Ooh.
Nice.
Yeah. My roommate's vegetarian, so I end up also not eating meat most days.
That's fair.
I'm not vegetarian, but then sometimes I just accidentally cook vegetarian because vegetables are yummy.
Aristocrat wannabe. He is an aristocrat, actually. The genuine article. In the flesh.
He is?
He's a bit of a pain, so good luck, mon ami. Adieu.
Oh yes, this is actually just you preparing to go back to Lupin.
Ah.
He really is a noble bird. I've never heard anything like that about Yuya, though. Probably a twisty business.
Wait, should I be voicing Yuya like Lupin? Oh, how do you do? Should I be going more like this?
No, you should be voicing him like Karamiya.
Oh, I don't remember how Karamiya relates to Lupin because it's a little different.
Yeah, it was a little different. That was basically what I told you when I told you how to read Lupin, was like Karamiya, but not Karamiya.
I think Karamiya was a little bit higher pitched.
A little bit.
Oh, how do you do?
A
Something
little
like that.
loftier, maybe.
But I can do Lupin, which is like, oh. Come on, Miss AC.
Well, in this case, it's Miss Kaka.
Oh, come on, Miss Kaka.
Yes. I like it.
Screw my brother and let's go on a fancy dates. You know me, all sexy and suave.
I think in that case, it's specifically don't screw my brother, screw me.
Dang it. That's all for today.
With the route we're going, it's actually more like, yeah, I'd actually rather date the depressed mopey one in the library.
Stay safe, everyone.
Crow's like, there's some twisty business happening over there. What if I get involved with, like, really sad, depressing shit instead? Oh! Thank you for the follow, Ruth.
Hey, follow. Hello, Ruth. Welcome.
Hello, hello.
Follow?
Welcome in. We got a follow from Raggedy Ruth.
Oh.
Cute name. I like it.
With an introvert's greeting. Hello.
We also got a follow from Adam earlier.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no, we got that a couple days ago, I think. Or no,
That's just
3 hours ago. So before the stream started.
But that was still earlier.
Yes, it was.
Stay safe, everyone.
Yay! Huh? Sir, where's Ryota?
He said he was going to the infirmary. Maybe you should go and see if he's still there.
Now that I think about it, Yurta always did have a weak stomach.
We're probably gonna have to start skipping at some point.
I should go to the infirmary just to make sure he's okay. Yeah, okay. I guess once we've met everybody.
Which I think the only one left is... Oh, Shu and Oga-san.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Anticipation. Nobody's here?
Yeah, it's no birdie, get it right.
Sorry. Tell the captioner to get it right. There's no one sleeping behind the curtains, and the doctor isn't here either. My hunter-gatherer instincts feel no presence. There's nobody here.
Ryota,
No reply. The infirmary is empty.
weird. You go home already?
I feel a little nervous poking around the empty room. Now that I think of it, I haven't been in here much before. Unlike Ryota, I'm perfectly healthy. Also, are all of the infirmary beds just like bird-sized? Like, does Crow even fit?
Well, I think
How
the whole
large
thing...
is that chair on the screen?
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I think they're bigger birds.
Yes. But even so.
Yeah, they're probably like small human-sized
Yeah.
birds.
So, like, it would probably be a little small for us.
I have actually seen a hawk sitting on a picnic bench before in a park.
That's adorable.
That is an intimidating bird. It was
That's-
of
yeah.
nefarious intentions. Oh, they've got all kinds of drugs in here.
After being called a drug earlier.
Uh-huh.
They have all sorts of humans in
It's
here.
one to know one.
Ethylpar, Trifet. I was not prepared for this either. Benzene. What did these even do?
We absolutely stop sometimes just to look up how to say certain words that we come
Oh, yeah.
across. Like, wait, how the fuck do I say this? What the fuck is this word?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Our favorite creepy bird. My favorite creepy bird.
Here to find out.
Doctor?
Feed you all sorts of things, if you want. Hmm?
No, thank you.
There he is.
A different kind of glasses. This partridge is Iwamineshu, the school doctor. He's rather creepy in person and has a bad reputation among the student body. Everybody knows that even just talking to him can bring you down with aspergillus, psittacosis, or even worse things. Things that are even harder to pronounce. And I never even heard him come in the door. Ninja Doctor?
You don't look like you have a good reason to be in here. Did you need something?
I heard Ryota. Kawara, 2-3 was supposed to be here.
Him? He's already gone.
Oh,
Why didn't he come find me before going home?
sorry to bother you.
I love that this is the music for him too.
That dance of the sugar plum fairy.
Yes.
It is.
Yes, it is.
Ugh.
I'll be going now.
I think how we have a why we don't have or why we have ads on all of our Hatoful is because of that song on YouTube, because they're like, dance the street. You can't have that in the game.
Which is wild because that is one of the most recognizable classic songs
Yep.
ever.
Yes, it is.
Yep.
I have trauma from my days of dancing.
I feel like in all of my years of dancing, I never actually ended up having to dance to that song.
Good. I've had to choreograph to it a couple of times.
Oh, multiple times. See, once you
Yeah.
choreograph to something, any song becomes a nightmare.
Especially when you have to do it every year and change things up every year for a different cast and try to put a new spin on it. It's awful.
Yeah, I did have to do that for, I used to choreograph the can for, like, World Cultures Day for our French club in high school. And then I had to teach everybody, and no one else in there was normally a dancer.
The can is not the easiest thing to just jump right into without experience.
Yeah, it was fun. People complained, and then they performed, and then they got the post-performance high, and they're like, oh my god, that was so much fun. And I'm like, I've been telling you this for like 5 weeks.
Get your kicks.
Get your very literal kicks.
Very literal kicks.
Ah, finally out of that den of evil. Ryuta's already gone home. What do I do now? Oh! I never got around to joining a club last year. Maybe I'll go take a look at some of my options. I think there are clubs for baseball, soccer, track, kendo, migration, bird watching. Is that just like a people watching club, but birds watching birds?
Yes.
sure what it sounds like.
It's what it seems like.
Uh-huh.
Wasn't there another one? Anyway, I'll start with the track team. I ran in middle school, and it's always funny watching the birds hop around.
You have an advantage?
And yet, I think their club room is on the ground floor off to the side. A white dove is having a tantrum outside. Goo, goo! This is no pudding for a man! Goo! Oko-san rejects it! It is a lie! A vicious falsification!
Welcome to our Oko-san.
Fun fact, my college had a people watching club. Interesting.
That is very interesting.
He's dancing around on a squished pudding.
That's not very nice to the pudding.
It got a budget just like the rest of the clubs. What did the budget pay for?
Binoculars.
That sounds like it should be illegal.
Mildly.
Oh no.
A budget to watch
Oko-san.
people.
This is Oko-san. This is the human portrait of Oko-san. Very human.
Completely forgot that he wore a suit and tie.
Yes, he did.
He's a very professional pudding boy.
Yes, on the track team.
Royce is just like, all these memories are coming back now.
This is why it's tripping down memory lane. We're just falling face first into the memories.
Yeah, these are the ones that got repressed.
They just slap us in the face.
Some of these memories are mildly painful.
Oh, no.
Some of the memories are very painful.
Yeah.
This is Oko-san. He doesn't really look it, but supposedly he's a fantail pigeon, I think? Either way, he's hyper. Goo! Oko-san has suffered a deception most vile, a wretched betrayal!
Betrayal?
Goo! Oko-san instructed that pudding be provided for new members. Goo! But this is no pudding! Ousted, scorned, betrayed, dragged into the street and shot by those he trusted most! It's squished and filthy, but the thing under his feet looks like normal store-bought pudding.
What's wrong with it?
Coo! Spare the jests, young lady! Oko-san used wing attack! It's super effective!
Ah, so
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, my friends, this is unrelated to anything,
oh,
but
go for it.
That's how our streams work.
thank you, Sharky, for telling us that Misty did in fact get her bike.
No, I answered that at like 1 a.m. I'm like, this is probably, you probably aren't actually caring, but I'm going to answer this anyway.
I care too much. You see, neither one of us watched Johto. We kind of like fell off after the very original arc.
Yeah.
Courtney,
And what?
I wikied this, but it was at like 5 in the morning after like a 4-day Pokemon Live tangent, and you may have just forgotten.
I could not cope with any new information because I discovered Pokemon Live in the year 2000, and I watched that bootleg, and I live tweeted everything, and the things I was learning, that was such an important pop culture moment that nobody even remembers.
Where
Courtney's
I
a
can't-
different
I
person
can't
now.
Giovanni is Ash's dad, and Misty really, really wants to get with Ash.
Yes, it was. Oh my gosh. And Andrew Rannells got his start as James on Pokemon Live. I'm baffled. I'm so sorry. Pokemon Live.
Tangents are very welcome and standard operating procedure on this stream. It's okay.
I just love the like, we had an answer! We had the answer! I don't remember.
I couldn't process the answer.
I was trying to process everything because the choreography was so the year 2000 in a way that I couldn't explain to Royce, but I was like, do you ever hear a song that takes you back to the year 2000? This is what this dance choreography is doing for me. And they had all of these big Pokemon puppets, and Andrew Rannells is playing James from Team Rocket, and
The
they're
whole
riding
thing was
Razor
recorded on a
scooters.
potato.
It's recorded on a potato because it's a bootleg from 2000, and I just couldn't cope with all this new information. I had no idea the show even existed.
About a week ago, we learned that if you want to watch a Broadway musical, they are called online slime tutorials.
Okay.
So you
Wait,
can
I gotta get
find,
more coffee, but keep talking.
can also find gay teenagers to take pity on you and give you very fancy bootlegs that are only traded amongst bootleggers.
Wait, I'm seeing a picture? And this terrifies me.
It's amazing. And it was so time specific. At the beginning, they were like, please turn off all pagers. And they were like, just a reminder, smoking isn't allowed in this building. And I was like, wow. Remember when? Remember when?
I'm a little too young because in the year 2000, I was 6 years old.
Well, and the thing is, they had James from Team Rocket make a don't ask, don't tell joke. I was aghast.
Because of course they was, because he's overly gay.
I think he's actually bisexual.
That makes sense.
He was very into a woman who was actually a ghastly in one episode. I remember it well because it was my favorite episode.
The ghastly episode.
Yeah.
Where they had a legitimate cross to try to attack the ghastly with.
Mm.
Oh, now you're bringing back my memories.
Ha! You're welcome. The great thing about this musical was that it was like legitimately trying to be like Lion King on Broadway with all these huge puppets and these big dance numbers choreographed by someone from Joffrey, and they had some original music as far as like, you know, stage musicals go, but they also just had like songs from the original anime.
I mean, that makes sense.
Like they had the opening theme song, they had the physical embodiment of the Pokédex sing what kind of Pokemon are you? It was
the only reason I knew Misty's song is because when I was in high school on iTunes, I bought the Pokemon, like the soundtrack that like Pokemon released for all of, like the anime songs, and they put Misty's love song on that.
And I didn't even know that they had that soundtrack, but now I do. Now I'm an expert on the history of Pokemon Live, the musical, and my theater hot take is that it's better than Six, the musical.
Thanks to hour-long recaps on YouTube about the existence of the musical, we are very well versed at this point.
Amazing. Perfect.
Yeah, it's become a problem at this point.
Only as big as a problem as me being able to explain Kingdom Hearts.
Well, there you go. We all have our problems.
Oh, hi, Magic!
There's a Magic Fox, our stream child!
Our stream child that has been saving up for a while for that Christmas album.
Christmas album?
We are depending on you.
We've adopted Magic as our stream child. Magic, how many stream channel points do you have now towards that album?
I think a tenth of the way there.
A little more than a tenth, if I remember right. I just heard Sharky say Kingdom Hearts, I'm leaving. No, don't leave! You need to stay to accumulate channel points so that we can push Sharky into doing the Christmas album.
Well, no,
we're about to get back to birds soon.
My favorite...
I promise.
138K!
We're talking about Pokemon Live, the musical.
Alright, Magic's an eighth of the way.
I was just doing the channel, and so the one thing I was editing was Extra Life, and for Extra Life, I did Kingdom Hearts music game that came out, And
yes, there
at
are
the
them
very at the very end, I just saw the portion where I brought up Goofy that's transformed into a turtle to go to the Lion King world, and Magic's just like, okay, this is tainted. I'm leaving now.
It's
Someone's got to keep you in line.
Okay, back to birds.
Cool! They'll rue the day they crossed Okosan. He'll have them flayed, hanged, shot at dawn he will! Whoo! Okosan must now train to achieve true pudding! Farewell! And he's gone. He's a good runner. But what does pudding have to do with the track team?
Yes,
Everything.
everything.
And so ended the first day of my second semester at St. Pigeonations.
And now we should probably start skipping so that we could actually finish this route. It's the button at the top right, I think.
Oh, right. I forgot the controls on this game are different than, like, every other game. Library, right?
Yeah.
Oh, the library.
That's everyone, isn't it? Have fun. We're gonna be here for too long.
Probably. Today's an elective day. What should I do? Attend?
Just do math every time. It doesn't actually matter.
Mr. Nanaki dozed off as usual, but the class was somehow good anyway. I feel smarter already. Hello.
Yes, we're smarties.
Crow leveled up. Wisdom increased by 5.
What game are we playing?
The one that has a battle in one of the endings.
That's true.
You say that like there's only one game that has that.
Just.
I'm on receptionist duty today. Better hurry. Boring as usual. The library here doesn't seem very popular. Not enough
got a
books.
It's got a battle in one of the endings.
This is the kind of dating sim where the real game doesn't even start until you've dated all the birds.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Yep.
Yeah.
It's on the 5th floor, though, so at least the view is nice. Sitting here twiddling my thumbs is bad for me. I wish someone would come ask me something. Dot, 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 dot. I'm intrigued.
Well, you should be.
Was that... Was that before?
No, that was after. Magic might not have been there.
Okay.
I know
Yeah.
Melik was there. I don't.
Also, where are
think
my manners? Hello, Ace Couple.
Hello, Magic Fox. 17.
Hi.
Oh, our lovely stream child.
Yes. We usually just call them Magic. There's no birdie here.
I just took a drink as soon as that came up. I wonder if it would be okay to close early.
I always take a sip immediately after I finish my line so that I probably have room before the next one.
Not always.
We're gonna need you
Not
to
always.
take a drink right before we say something funny because we're still going for that quadruple
We need
See,
2 more.
I did take a sip earlier as someone said something funny, but I unfortunately did not spit it out, so I just kind of laughed really hard with liquid in my mouth.
I am known by many names.
Now I am intrigued.
I wonder if it would be okay to close early. I wish I could just spread my wings and fly away.
You human.
Is this me?
I
Who
think
is this?
so.
It's Nageki.
Okay. Planning to jump off the building? Window there is rather good for that, Miss Receptionist.
Oh, jeez.
Exclamation point. Nageki, that was kind of extreme there. Nageki, when did you?
Wow, he just explained to us that we could totally jump out this window. It's very good for that. How
Yes.
hot. I guess we gotta date him now.
That's what we're going for, yes. This is
All the bosses.
related, so I've convinced, I think we've mentioned the show before. I think maybe you guys haven't watched it, but we're big fans of BoJack Horseman, and I just convinced my mother to watch it with me. So on Fridays, I'm going to my mother's house, and we're watching like nearly a full season a week of it. It's nonsense.
Oh, wow.
But there's a scene of a bird trying to jump out a window, and someone says, "No, don't," and she goes, "Ah, crap! I forgot I could fly." And my mom thought she said, "Oh crap, I've got to comply." And for like an hour, she was so confused about what kind of bird is this. She has to comply with what someone said. And she finally asked me, she's like, "What kind of bird is that? What?" Oh, mother.
It's a mockingbird.
Mockingbird.
Just gotta mock you.
I forgot how dark this route was.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
Which is
it
why I'm like, do we want to cry? Yeah, let's cry.
Because I remember how everything goes after you've like seen the entire game and you're getting to the end and you get the full picture with all the birds.
Uh-huh.
And I remember that got wild.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
But I forgot that just little old Nageki was kind of dark.
Very.
Here I'm terrible too because if anybody is here listening, I'm so sorry. I put in a Discord a little like self-care, like, oh, this is a fun stream, and we like to watch them sometimes after a rough day. And
Oh, no.
now if any of those people are here watching, it's like, oh no, we picked the most depressing bird to date.
So,
Nageki,
Literal morning dove.
Little
Yeah,
bit of depression content warning.
oh, no.
Heavy depression content warning. Do I give the spoilery content warning? I think I give the spoilery content warning because I feel like we should warn people if they are not prepared for suicidal mentions content warning.
Well, the window's really nice to jump out of, he just said.
He just said, don't worry, that's not as far as it goes. It goes further.
And this is the fun of the stream. You never know if you're going to get morning doves with suicidal ideation, or if you're just going to play a baguette that's destroying things.
Look, there was the one
Real
stream.
nice
Pretty
guy.
boy.
Pretty boy.
Or, yeah. Mm-hmm.
There was the stream where Sharky was crying of laughter from the Van Helsing canon in Code Realize, and then in the same stream, like an hour later, was crying because it was depressing as fuck.
Because they went into the character's backstory and what happened to the main character, and I'm like...
And there's like death and self-blame and guilt and all of the great things that just
and it's
make
awful
you...
too, because I know that like one person's trigger is another person's catharsis, and like
Yeah.
for me, I love very depressing content.
Same, actually.
Like it's actually kind of borderline therapeutic for me to consume depressing content, but I know
Oh,
that's not
yes.
the case for everybody.
Same.
I'm sorry if I led you astray.
We have a running joke where it's, if it makes you cry, Sharky wants to try.
Yeah.
Because I really
Oh.
love things that make me cry.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, we have so many games that make us cry.
Yes, indeed.
Well, you specifically.
Well, sometimes Royce cries because I'm crying at the game. you played To the Moon. That's a good one.
I cried. I finished that game at like 4 or 5 a.m. when I was visiting my parents' house, and my parents don't know that I'm up past midnight, and I was just in my room like sobbing silently into my blanket, trying not to be discovered to still be awake. And then I told Sharky, "Hey, you gotta play this game. You gotta play this game. You should play this game."
One of our mutuals was like, hey, yeah, you should play this game. And then I played it. I'm like, why did you do this to me?
Because you like crying. Because you like crying, that's why.
Me too.
Played
If
the
it makes me
Freebird
cry, it
Games
was good.
franchise. It's a very interesting series. I think the first game, To the Moon, was the most impactful, though, for us.
I need to play some more of them. I played A Bird Story. We were
There's
considering,
not much to a Bird
actually.
Story, but the other games have a through plot with the researchers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been meaning to check those other ones out, but I haven't played them yet. And
the
for
game is
Magic,
called... Yeah.
yeah, for Magic, the game is called To the Moon, and yes, it's a game where you cry a lot
Yeah.
and learn about
yeah.
autism, I
That
guess.
is the central mechanic of the game. You
No, the plot is there is a futuristic technology that is designed for hospice patients, basically people who are at the end of their life, where you can basically go into their minds to experience their memories. And so it's like a whole life's worth of memories, and it's wild.
And you're fulfilling their last wish because this technology destroys their mind, but you can sort of reroute it so that their memories lead down a different path so that they can fulfill like their dying wish of something that they never managed to do.
Oh,
I'm
I'm gonna cry again just talking about it.
Yeah.
I have only played To the Moon. I know nothing about the other two games, so I'm kind of just like,
I mean, it's the same technology concept.
Yeah.
I haven't played the other ones, but I do know that it's using that same concept.
what? So we're gonna play them on stream?
Now that I've figured out how to get RPG Maker games to show up on the stream, because we were going to play A Bird Story on the stream, and then it wasn't working because apparently RPG Maker games don't work out of the box that way. So I had to finagle it for a different game, and then I figured out how to do it.
If I had a nickel for every game I played that involved hospice care, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but that's really weird.
That it happened twice.
Yeah.
Finding Paradise and Imposter Factory are the other 2 games.
Yes, I think I own Finding Paradise, but I just haven't played it yet because I have a very long
Paradise
backlog.
is probably our second favorite in that franchise.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Imposter Factor came out recently.
Mm-hmm.
It
Yeah, I was
did.
looking
I
at the
think we
Steam
played
page.
it like the weekend that it came out.
Nice.
It's interesting. Getting the story behind the people actually working in the company that does this sort of service. Where
Oh.
you go to someone's house and like help them work through their memories has been an interesting through plot in the series.
Mm.
And that's what you kind of get more of in the second game and in Imposter Factory.
Interesting. Yeah, but anyway, To the Moon is just tears factory. you play and you definitely cry. You should definitely be crying at that.
Tears.
But back to birds now.
Tears.
Royce is just like, okay, come on.
I'm like, wait, did you read this already?
I did actually. But
Okay.
Nageki, when did you?
Sorry,
Been here
this
all
happens a lot with the tangents, is then I lose track of whether our line has been read or not at the beginning of the tangents.
That makes sense.
You can continue.
Yes, I see it in the captioners. I never noticed. He's almost as bad as the doctor.
Thinking I have no presence, right? It's okay. I already know that.
You certainly seem to like this place.
Yes? Is that a problem?
No, books are nice.
They are.
Why don't you join the library staff, Nageki? You could read whatever you want.
I already read whatever I want.
Touche?
Shouldn't slack off, Miss Receptionist.
And with that, he takes a book and is gone between the stacks. What a strange bird.
I am trying really hard to imagine a mourning dove pulling a book.
You just have to set some books outside in your backyard and wait for one of them to do something with it.
Skip.
Sitting at home is so skippable.
Nor cave.
Talk to Kazuaki.
Excuse me.
What is it called? Skipping isn't over yet.
We're studying really hard so we can pass our exams.
Math.
I'm not getting this at all. Which is why we're skipping.
Yeah, exactly.
Royce has gotten this.
Yep.
You've gotten it.
Just like back in school.
We can just skip all of our classes. Wow, the sports festival.
And we're gonna
Bryce,
go.
did you ever skip any classes? I know you skipped the thing you got an award at, but did you actually skip any school?
I slept through an English class senior year, and that was about it. Because my sleeping schedule was all out of whack once I didn't have a standard schedule.
Tell the story of the award ceremony real quick, because I love it.
Oh, so I apparently got the, like, student body award for most likely to succeed in my senior class, but I was not present. It was... We went to do a rehearsal for our graduation ceremony on a weekend. I was kind of annoyed. I didn't, like... I kind of hate ceremonies as a general rule. And so it was hot on a weekend. I was being called to, like, the school football field outside to go through a dumb rehearsal ceremony. And then after the rehearsal ceremony, we were walking inside to do the award ceremony, and I thought, oh, rehearsal graduation ceremony, rehearsal award ceremony, and I just happened to be, like, in the back of the entire group of people walking in, so I just took a left straight into the parking lot and drove home.
Too busy succeeding for things like award ceremonies.
Exactly.
Yes,
and I
magic.
was told after the fact that the only two people were missing from the award ceremony were the people who got most likely to succeed and class clown.
Perfect.
I'm surprised that was like a whole award ceremony. I feel like in my case it was just like a footnote in the yearbook or something. I don't think we had like a whole actual thing for it.
I
I don't think my school did either.
My school was only... My graduating class was 150 people. Like, I don't know why they made a big deal out of it either.
My graduating class was 80 people.
Ooh.
Mine was like 555.
I went. We didn't even have awards ceremonies at all. We didn't give out awards.
Yeah, they gave out Bibles.
No, they didn't give out Bibles. They expected you to buy it yourself. And that's not even kidding. There was a specific Bible teacher where if you did not show up with a Bible, he handed you $1, told you to go to the store, to the school, and buy a Bible, and then pay him back next class. And to never lose your miss out on getting your Bible again.
Oh,
What
see,
What
we
if you
just
then the
had
next
people-
week
award
didn't
ceremonies.
bring it again?
We just had people, like, stand outside on the corner of our school and wait for school to get out and just, like, shove pocket Bibles at us, begging us to take them.
I
and
think
yelling
at one
about how
point-
abortion is bad.
I think at one point, because I went to a school with like a large Jewish population, and we had some Jewish holidays off. And I think that was the reason, like, Westboro Baptist Church came to protest us at some point.
Really? Where are
Wait,
you
wait,
that you had
yeah,
a
where are you
Westboro
at?
faction?
I
Because
don't...
Westboro's in Kansas. It's near Topeka. Like, that's where I've spent most of my life, is in Kansas.
Yeah, they're based right by us.
Oh
I
wow.
apologize for my removed neighbors.
I was in, like, the Chicago area, which I guess isn't right by there, but it's maybe close enough. I don't know.
That's within driving
Midwest
distance.
Yeah. So,
That's a long drive.
at least I think it was
That's
Westboro.
within American Midwest driving distance.
Yeah.
It's a
Okay.
1 hour flight or a day trip.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I think it was Westboro, at least. It was definitely... There was, like, some... I remember it being, like, some kind of church thing, and I think it was them. And if not, then some other very angry church group that was upset that we got Jewish holidays off, I guess.
Off-brand Westboro.
Eastboro.
Library, by the way.
Well, yes, I figured that's why it's selected. I just hadn't clicked.
Because we were talking about fun.
About bigots. May is practically summer already. It's too hot. I think I'll rest in the library.
It is. That's why I have the AC on.
My high school is at least 900 students. I think the student speaker got on stage and I was like, who the fuck is that? Yeah, we had like 500 to 600 per year. So the school itself was like, what, 2,400 people?
We were hard capped at 80 students per grade.
My class was about 150, and for some reason we had 2 speakers, like 2 valedictorians.
What?
I mean, yeah, I think the
Students had things to
valedictorian.
say.
What's it? The salutatorian or whatever. Yeah.
Second place.
Yes. They were both like my classmates from my honors classes, so I was like, oh, okay, it's them. Ah, much better.
It's nice that the AC is on. You really need it? Nobody's in here today.
I wish I had AC.
It's not
I have to state, it is so baffling to me that people exist without AC.
Yeah,
As someone who has been in the
sensitive.
Midwest his entire life.
I'm not in the Midwest anymore, and so now I'm in an area that historically did not need AC, and then global warming happened, and now we get like heat waves and fires and stuff.
I've always lived with AC, but when we moved into this current apartment, my room is the only room of the apartment that doesn't have built-in AC, and I have no air flow in here. So there were days where it was like 80 out and my room was like 98 degrees. And it was only just in this past month and a half that I bought my own standing AC unit to not be sweating to death.
It's much too hot where I am now. I miss being within walking distance of like 3 weeks. Yeah.
Captioner says it was like Nike degrees there.
Yep. The captioner,
Just do it.
the captioner has a lot of struggles a lot of the time.
AC, just do it.
Just do it. It's too hot.
This was right.
Exclamation point. Surprise.
Crow likes to say exclamation point a lot.
It's you, Nageki.
Oh, something's wrong with Courtney's mic, it seems. No, we cannot hear you, but I see the captioner.
Wait, something weird just happened with my mic, so can you guys also hear me just fine? No.
What happened Romans 7?
One moment.
You're good.
Yeah, please go help. I want to know what she's saying, that it's saying Romans 7.
Romans 7? Yeah. Let's see, what Bible verse is Romans 7?
Alright, now we get Christianity with Sharky.
Oh, I don't want NIV. What would I want NIV? Come on, where's English Standard? There's English Standard.
Yeah, I just went poop, 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 poop. I don't know what's happening over there, but I am enjoying the captioner rendition of what's happening.
Oh, it's talking about Christians in relation to the law.
Oh, I do not hear you, either of you, still. Okay, Sharky, you want to read it while we wait for them to fix?
It's now muted?
Direction.
Oh,
Yes, you're good.
I hear
You're good.
a voice again.
Yes, we hear you.
I hear
Yes.
Courtney again.
We fixed it.
What were you saying that it was coming up Romans 7?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I was just saying things along the line of like my computer just went boop boop boop, and then it was like unknown USB, but I didn't plug anything new in, and all of a sudden my microphone wasn't working.
Oh no.
It was
And I
working on
don't
the
know what.
captioner, which was interesting.
Yeah,
Discord decided to stop. We just refreshed the Discord window and
Ah.
again.
Yeah, that happens. Discord's not the best.
Discord
Dang
is
it, Discord.
something that we use that works sometimes.
Yes.
Okay, now let's see where where were we after that debacle? It's you, Miss Kaka.
Whoa, he called me by my name. Impressive. No one wants to say the weird name of Krokaka.
They don't turn the air conditioning on until June. It just feels cold compared to outside.
I wonder why.
Oh, is that it?
It would be a little strange to start spending money to cool a barely used library in May.
Anyway, are you going to participate in the festival, Nageki?
Aren't you?
Beep.
I don't like it outside. So I stay in here. That's all.
I see.
Dot, dot, dot. Dot, 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 dot. Dot, dot, dot. Why are you sitting next to me?
Do you mind?
Not really.
Listen, the class president got duped into being a cheerleader, and
Oh yeah, Sakuya became a cheerleader because they convinced him that you are leading, and so therefore it is the head role as the cheerleader.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, it's funny because I got duped into being a cheerleader.
Oh my.
That does actually happen sometimes.
Oh dear. How did you get duped into being a cheerleader?
Well, so I had been a dancer all my life, and by high school I was in like really serious training, hoping to become a professional dancer. And so I could choreograph, and I had really good kicks and splits, and I never did cheerleading or tumbling, so it's not like I could do the flippy tricks and things. But the cheer coach came to me one year and basically, like, she strong-armed me. She was like, I need more strong dancers. I need people with kicks like yours. I need people who are flexible. I need people who can actually do the dance breakdowns. And so if you join our competitive school team, then I will make you a co-captain of the like varsity sideline team, and you will be able to choreograph everything, and I know you want that on your resume. And I was like, damn it. Damn it, I do want that choreography on my resume.
Oh man.
So for one miserable year, I was a cheerleader.
Oh man. See, my school had the cheerleading team, but also a dance team, and also a dance company, which I was on. And the dance company was like the fine arts side of it instead of all the competitive, like, dance squad, cheerleading squad competition sportsy side. And then they took our recordings of our performances and used it in a submission for a fine arts award, and they won a bunch of money, and then they were like, we're going to spend $2 million on a new football field.
Oh.
And
Oh,
I think
that's
even though
very
they used our footage, we weren't, because technically there was like a dance class as like a PE elective, but we didn't have like dance fine arts classes. We just had it as a club. So there was no like department to hand our money to in that sense. So I think even though they used our footage, we didn't actually see a cent of that. And then what
Gotcha.
did go
Yeah,
to
my-
fine
my
arts still
school
wasn't
was
for us.
very competitive. My school was so competitive with everything. Like, technically, there were some clubs that existed. Like, there was an anime and manga club, but they were super small and informal for the most part, where it's just students getting together in a room with whatever teacher would open their room to it. But the things like our marching band and our dance team and our like debate team and oral interpretation team and all those things were like super competitive. And I was in way too many of those things, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Yeah, I think our dance company got entered into a competition thing for like 1 year because we kept changing. It was like the cursed position thing where every year the advisor for our dance company changed. So it used to be the dance PE teacher that was the advisor, but then she went on like maternity leave. So she was like, okay, I've been training up this other person, and we also got this other person to come in as like a co-advisor, and then both of them left after 1 year, and we got someone else who I think had come more from that competition background. So she entered us into like a competition, and then
Sure.
some reason she left, and we got like a new photography teacher, and then she became the dance advisor, but she hated me. That was not a fun senior year with her, but yeah, so we ended up getting in a competition for like 1 year, and we would win our category by default because everyone else was entering as like a hip-hop team or something, and we were the only entry into the jazz category.
Yep, that's how you do it.
We like brought in a guest choreographer and stuff for it, and oh man, it was fun. I hardly remember what song that was, but I do remember a series of turns that we had to do. We had to practice that particular series of turns like on end.
What series of turns now I have to know?
It was just like a bunch of like like jazz pirouettes moving forward, and I don't remember the full thing, but it was quite fast. It was like a pretty fast song. So
Or your request a video recording.
if I could find like an old YouTube video, there might be old YouTube videos somewhere. I'd have to.
Me.
I say all this and I'm like, wait, my face isn't on the internet under this name, and I feel like it might get revealed very fast if I find that video, because I think I might have been like one of. Was I the only Chinese person on there? I might have been the only Chinese person on there.
The only thing I got duped into doing, or roped into doing, was plays.
No, you got duped into several years of Christian schooling is what you got duped into.
No, that's what my parents threw me into. But I got also duped into Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and then some plays and 2 musicals.
See, I was captain of the Go Home Club.
I was 2 until my best friend at the time was like, "Hey, you should really do this," and I'm like,
No, what you got
I want
duped
to."
into was the game dev club at our college, and then we made you into the president as I left. That's what we duped you into, was becoming president.
What was it, like 4 years of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and then like 5 plays and 2 musicals? Or 5 plays counting the 2 musicals?
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu,
Hold on
like
a second.
capoeira?
Capoeira.
What'd you say, Royce?
Oh, you can complete this thought, but before we get back to birds, what sort of game dev club was this? Because my bachelor's is in game dev, like game development and programming.
Yeah, so we, Sharky and I were different years of, I was in software engineering and he was in computer science, which for some reason are separate majors, even though there is also a software engineering concentration under the computer science major. Anyway, so we had like a game dev club, which did not do that much active game dev for the club itself because we were on a quarter system. So every term was 10 weeks. So it's intense and people would drop out very fast. And so we couldn't really maintain like a people getting into teams in the club and making games in the club. But we would have people do presentations analyzing like game design, or we had guest speakers, or sometimes we did like tutorial type things and board game nights and like idea jams, like just the idea formation part of a game jam. Those are really fun. I hosted the Global Game Jam at our college one year that I organized. I organized a game
You
dev.
did most of the work.
I did a lot of organizing work. I am the opposite of the Go Home Club. When I was in college, I was not home very much.
Quick call out. Attending a grief-like recruitment because I thought it was just a Mario Kart tournament.
I feel like we've heard this story before, but it's such a good story.
That is peak nerd deception.
Yes. Oh yes.
To talk about me a little bit.
Please do.
So I had to think for a moment. I believe I am turning 33 next month. My college years were from like 2007 to late 2009, and at that point in time, the reason why I was curious about game development in college was because when I was looking at college, there weren't very many options for game development. So I ended up going to a specialized school that had a very heavy game programming and game development like degree path. And so getting there, it was a fairly small student body, and it was super nerdy. Like that was the focus of the college. That was the reason the college existed. It was
Nice.
mostly game dev students. There were some other curriculums involved, but it was mostly people coming in out of state doing game dev stuff, to the point where a lot of instructors would admit that like they wouldn't schedule classes before 10 a.m. because people would just want to be there.
Oh, that's amazing.
I volunteer at the Game Developers Conference. I have for several years now. And this past year, there was like one particular college that sent like 30 people as volunteers or something. And so you would run into so many random other volunteers that are like, oh yeah, I also go to that college. Oh yeah, I also, there we have a whole contingent. And that's like 30 out of, I think, 450 or so volunteers. So that's a large percentage relatively.
Can you say the name of the college?
I guess I didn't go there, and they did have a ton of people. I think it was Champlain College.
Oh, I don't recognize that.
Yeah, I think they grew as a games college more recently, or at least got their students involved in GDC more recently. But I think there's also, like, games wasn't a huge thing when I was applying, because I actually did a year of art school and then switched over to programming side to go into games. And so when I was looking at schools to transfer, I think it was like the one I ended up choosing was like ranked number 4 on the list. And then there were all of the really famous, well-known things like Full Sail and Digipen and whatnot.
Yeah.
So
Right. My school was basically like discount Full Sail. But yeah, I think when I was looking, it was like Full Sail, Digipen, and maybe 2 or 3 others that were a little bit more reasonable to get into. But it was very, like, the culture was, if you are going to be a successful student, you are going to have, like, you're going to be involved in some sort of game project, like outside of classwork. That would be something game dev related.
yeah, some people did side projects. A lot of people wanted to do games when they started the majors, and then I think a lot of them did not end up actually caring about game development, because there is that difference between game development and game playing. Those are not the same thing, and that's part of the thing, is the expectations. Is people think that game development's going to be really fun. It's like, no, it's a different thing. I have fun with it, but not everyone does.
I'm happy, like, I think that I could enjoy programming a game. I'm happy that I have a day job in standard software engineering, because the hours are easier, the pay is better, and then I can, like, go home and relax.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it depends a
Go
little
home. When
bit
was the
on
last time you left home?
Well, I can go to a different room in my home and relax.
My favorite project was not even technically a video game itself. It was my capstone projects, where somebody convinced us to make a thing for the Microsoft HoloLens AR device.
which is still so cool.
So, like, and it was like timing visuals to a live performance, that we were getting the actual data from the performance to trigger the visuals. It was actually a really interesting project, but it wasn't technically a game.
It wasn't. It's adjacent.
Yeah.
Mine was a game. It was a co-op game where one person was in a VR headset and the other person was on a tablet, and it was asymmetric, and they were working together to overthrow gods. Of course they were.
So you're saying that you've had this brand for a while?
I've had that. That one wasn't even my idea. It was like the god of knowledge was like being rejected No, I think it was like the god of knowledge was being rejected by these other gods, and so you, as like his prophet, were gonna go and like fuck up the temples of all the other gods. That was not even my idea. That was completely made up by other people, but I was like, okay. It was a fun project, though.
All I remember is I played it once with a person, and the person wasn't really listening to me, and I turned to Satan, and I'm like, I want a smite button. Just a smite player.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about co-op, is you are supposed to cooperate, and if your partner doesn't cooperate, it's not very helpful.
If your partner doesn't cooperate, that's why you need a smite button.
Also,
and here all of you are talking about like college and projects and tech stuff, and like I don't have any stories to contribute.
I had a dance group in college too, but that one was very like no experience necessary, and there were no tryouts or anything. And I did a lot of choreographing for them too, and it's so much of teaching newbies like every single year. And then at some point, because I also had the flexibility thing, but I got informed that they didn't want me to lead the stretches anymore, because even though I knew what I was doing on the stretches, people were uncomfortable because I could do splits. And they're like, I don't know how to do splits. And I'm like, you don't have to do the splits when we're doing stretches, but if I don't do splits, I'm not getting a stretch and I'll get injured.
Oh, I'm so mad on your behalf. They should be practicing to get their splits if they're dancers.
We should get back to the birds.
It was a very, just like a hip-hop newbies thing. People were like, I don't get why I need this. And I'm like, we're literally just stretching so that you don't injure yourself. I guess if you want to injure yourself, go for it.
Dance I can talk. College, I was too poor and also dying when I was a senior that I couldn't go to college.
Oh no.
Humble brag is the first college class I ever attended. I was teaching.
What? That's what?
I guess we should go back to birds, but now I want to hear this story. We should have actually just done a just chatting stream, and it would be an almost podcast, but one of those completely undirected ones.
I mean, we can fill time if you want to. We can just chat.
Yeah, I mean, we'll go back to birds, but I'll give you the cliff notes. So yes, I was very poor. I had a single mother.
Courtney will give you the cliffhanger.
Rice, get out. So yeah, I was very poor. I had a single mother who got very, very sick. Had botched spinal surgeries. Became very disabled. And so I worked a lot of jobs, often multiples, but also I was in lots of extracurricular activities because I was always told, like, you have to do these to get into college. So I was just like everything all the time. I was diagnosed with like 5 different sleeping disorders, so I just never slept and only worked for basically my entire high school career. But when I was a senior, I got very, very sick. I had a doctor tell me that I was dying, but they didn't know why. And so that was really comforting. And that was the only thing that I only needed like 1 credit to graduate. So I had taken a lot of extra classes and tested out of some things. So I got a doctor's note basically saying, like, don't make her go to school for the whole day. Otherwise, they were going to make me do that. So I only had like 1 class a day, and I was wasting away, and it was horrible. But yeah, so I couldn't even really like find the time to study or the money to like even take an SAT or an ACT or any of the tests that you need to get into college and apply in the first place. Nor did I have time to apply for any of them. So I was just like, it was horrible because it was during a period of time where everyone just assumed you were going to college. And so everyone was like, what college are you going to next year? And I'm like, I hope I'm alive next year. But I ended up buying a really shitty trailer house when I was 17 because I couldn't quite move into it yet because I still had a month before I turned 18. But it was just like a trailer park, a trailer house on a plot of land. It was very much falling apart. I kept it together with duct tape after a major storm, and the walls started falling down. And I didn't really have electricity, so for
Oh,
a while.
man.
So I read by candlelight, and I choreographed my dances in the woods. And so that's why I'm not very tech savvy, but I did get internet at a certain period of time, and I decided, well, now that I have internet, there's this brand newfangled thing called Twitch, so I'm gonna start streaming. And I was one of the first female streamers to ever start streaming Dungeons and Dragons, and I got really, or not Dungeons and Dragons,
That
League
was
of
a weird
Legends.
slip. Yes.
That was a weird slip.
Yes,
I haven't
yes,
played
League of
League.
Legends.
I haven't played League in it had to have been 2012. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
So so I got a very, very strong following very quickly because I had boobs and I was gothic and I was on camera and I was a woman playing League of Legends.
And your
nobody
captions
loved
are
me, so
broken
I
again.
quit. Oh no.
Oh, there they go.
So, yeah, that didn't last very long, but that was kind of that story. But now I am a historian. I'm one of the few people in the world studying Victorian hair work and artwork and jewelry made out of human hair and the history of that art form. So I've like guest lectured at a couple of colleges and I've taught at conferences and stuff. And so that's kind of been a like, ha ha ha, I couldn't go to college, but now I'm teaching at one.
College is like simultaneously overrated and also over important now.
It
'Cause,
just
like-
needs to be affordable and accessible is all.
Yeah, I mean, there's also just in general, like, my roommate does design now, but her degree was like a custom degree in, like, the role of social media in, like, political movements. So,
There's a lot of unnecessary stuff in education in general, particularly in college.
yeah, at this point, it's sort of like, did you get a degree in something checkbox? Where it's like, but it's not relevant, but they just want you to have had it at some point, I guess.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't understand it. Nobody ever asks me for a degree when they ask me to lecture at their museums.
Yeah, because I'm also in software engineering in general, and so I think at this point it's sort of like, well, you don't necessarily need a tech degree, but then you probably had to go to like a coding boot camp. But then half of the coding boot camps seem to be scams. So good luck.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, my
I-
coding boot
I-
camp
I
was
don't-
Bryce teaching me how to hack Cookie Clicker.
Oh my god. I don't know much about the coding boot camps because I went to a university that had me learn like C++. But occasionally I go on to random forums online and I'm like, this person doesn't really know how to code. They're asking a question incorrectly.
Yeah,
And a lot of the responses are also incorrect.
I think the thing with the coding boot camps is that they are trying to cram in basically a whole degree's worth of coding knowledge in about, I don't know, a couple of months. And, you know,
Honestly,
our quarter
a lot
system
of-
with
a lot
like
of
10 weeks.
programming is Googling.
It is,
And
but
then,
there's
you
like,
have to understand like the underlying.
by the time that they sort of graduate from their coding boot camp, they have been taught very specifically how to pass a coding interview, but not how to successfully code once they get the job.
Ah, that makes sense.
That's unfortunate because the coding interview industry
Is a pain.
that doesn't actually represent what you do on a day-to-day basis as a programmer.
I just got a new job offer thing that I will be taking in a couple months. And yeah, so I just went through the whole coding interview thing again. and it's such a pain. And it's such a, like, the fact that there are whole books and stuff devoted to teaching you how to pass a coding interview under the assumption that you already know how to code, and you already have years of experience doing coding in your full time. But both sides of this know that you have to, like, go study, and then like, various companies give you a study guide of the things that you should study before the interview, because they also acknowledge that this is not what you do in your day-to-day life, but they're going to test you on it anyway.
Bureaucracy.
It's like
Well,
foreign language exams where they had the oral portion, except it's coding languages.
Except like the things that are asked in those sort of coding interviews, actually following those processes on the job is bad. Because you shouldn't be, like, inventing your own data structures on the job.
Yeah.
That would be a bad decision.
No, straight up, I got an interview recently, and I talked to the recruiter afterwards, like, oh, these are the kinds of questions that I usually make fun of, so that's my feedback for you. And then he was like, wait, sorry, those are bullshit questions. I'm so sorry, because the interviewer should have been explicitly instructed not to ask that kind of question. But no, I got asked in the interview, like, please implement a hash map from scratch. And I was like, I straight up told him, well, realistically...
You mean the object that is just a part of the language that I'm working in?
Yeah, I said, well, realistically, I just use the one that's built in to, like, every single language at this point, or at least has a library for it. But okay, I guess I'll play along.
I have the worst interview question ever. And Royce, tell me if you remember this, because you were involved. I actually ran an insurance agency before I sold the agency to do Victorian hair work and history full-time.
Oh, wow.
And when I was getting in with the company whose products I was selling for my insurance agency, they had me go through like 4 different rounds of interviews.
Oh, man.
And the last one, they were like, oh, you're a woman and you're married. The last interview you have to bring your husband to.
What?
And Royce came to the last, like, final round of interview, and I kid you not, they looked at Royce and they said, are you going to be okay with it if your wife is the breadwinner of the family?
What the crap?
Why do I have no memory of this?
I was about to ask, what did you say in response to that?
Of this?
Yes, it was that bad. It's just gone. You were very confused. You were just like, yeah.
Apparently that's it. Like anxiety blockers. I just wiped that.
I don't think college is necessary for everyone / every path someone might take, but I do think a disservice is done with not emphasizing the importance of some classes. I had fellow STEM majors complain, why do we have to take classes on philosophy? They're not relevant to the science we're doing. Like, bitch, you need to be able to examine philosophical / societal impacts of science and develop ethics in your research. Fuck's sake. Yes, Magic. I appreciate that entire rant.
I would add that, like, depending on the college, depending on the instructor in particular, like self-awareness and empathy are difficult sometimes. Mm-hmm. They are absolutely necessary for, like, interacting with people in general, and more people need to develop those skills. But the success that you will have in a collegiate course, like, across the country, depends on the skill of the instructor, or as, like, your ability to look at yourself as an individual in the class.
Well, and the cost of the class.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, financial
Oh,
barriers
yeah.
aside.
I had a computer ethics course where the teacher was like, I'm going to teach you about the ethics in ancient Greece, and then we're going to start talking about things like robot AI and Gamergate.
Look,
We're gonna go straight from ancient Greece to future sentient robotics.
I have talked about the bullshit from my computer ethics course that I had to take, in which I was one of 3 girls, and then the instructor got into a whole debate because someone in my class very determinedly argued in favor of robots designed to be raped. Not for sexing, for rape specifically. They were supposed to be programmed to not want it so that people could rape them. And as one of 3 girls in that class, I sat there and then I turned to my friend afterwards and, are you sure I can't push him down the stairs? Are you sure? But what if I pushed him down the stairs? Can't I push him down the stairs? I think he's asking to be pushed down the stairs. But I had to listen to that for a solid, 40 minutes.
That sucks. Those people suck and they should be sorry, just like Pro Caca is. Was that a good transition? Was that smooth?
That was
decent
very
transition,
smooth.
although I think I said this line possibly about a half hour ago.
That's how this works. Also, Magic, is the hey what the fuck at my thing? Because,
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah, that was a thing I had to deal with. I was a decently nice person going into college, and then I was a gender minority in my computer science classes, and then I came out of it absolutely hating mankind. And now I kind of
graduating.
Yes, but this was not the only instance of sexism in my 5 years of classes from my direct classmates. And that's why anytime I see oh, we just have to wait for the bigoted old people to die off and then we'll be fine, is yeah, no, these were my classmates. Some of them were younger than me and some of them were definitely even worse than adults at the time. No, we have a lot more to do there. And yeah.
What's going on with the game?
I'm not sorry, but I'm only a little bit sorry.
No. Keep going.
Nageki likes our tangents.
Nageki, no!
Too relevant.
And so I spent the day telling him about the festival and whatnot and other absolute bullshit from college while he read. I don't know how much he was listening to me, but he didn't seem to mind. I think.
And just like that, he was gone.
And just like that, he vanished.
And just like that, we tangented his existence out of existence.
Infirmary? And
Ooh, more shoes.
Oh no, shoe.
but no shoe.
We could have one line of shoe.
Are you ill?
No, we're skip. And we skip in class, just like we're skipping the lines.
Today is an elective day. What should I do? Keep studying math.
What's actually very good is that Nageki's not there most of the time.
Today's Tanabata.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
right.
he's a little aloof.
Rule the world from the shadows.
Shoe's bird looks so angry. He's not angry. He's just creepy.
The wish to take the reins of power through clever schemes and rule the world from the shadows.
Yeah, I
No,
couldn't
thank you.
tell if I wanted Shu's voice to be like this, like scheming, or if it was going to be more like a flamboyant villain, but in honor of Pokemon Live from the year 2000. I'm taking Giovanni as my point of reference, my inspiration. Yes.
I think Shu is very self-confident.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
He certainly is.
He's very confident in what he believes he's doing the right thing for everybody.
Also, he just likes
The
fucking
best
around
kind
with
of
science.
No thank you.
No, thank you. Still have some errands to run.
And to skip?
Yeah, we're running the errands so fast that they just flew by.
And our wisdom is accelerating.
We got through about half of the choices just then.
Yeah,
Wow.
that figures. I mean, at a certain point, there's no more choices, there's just dialogue.
Yeah. And a lot of it's not negative.
Today is the last day. It's been a semester already. Sometimes it seemed long, and sometimes it seemed short, but either way, it's summer now.
I don't remember this choice.
I need to check all the assigned books before I go home. There will be a lot of students coming in to borrow their summer reading pretty soon. Ace friends! Hi, Mick!
Nick, hello.
How are you doing today? Today is the closing ceremony, so there are even fewer birds in here than usual.
Then no one?
Am I the only one? Again? Well, that just makes my job easier. Doing well, how are you? Hello. But I'm probably not alone. I've seen the situation before.
Nageki?
No reply. Maybe he's not here.
Are you here, Nage?
Please be quiet in the library.
That's somewhat rude of you.
On a scale of...
That is not your line.
Okay, but on a scale of that to or on a scale from 0 to the window's quite good for jumping out of if you were considering it. How rude is that, really?
Yeah.
It's like a 4 at this point. Our standards have been changed drastically from attending Pigeon High School.
We're operating on a whole nother scale.
Hello.
You're rather noisy today. Did you want something?
We're always noisy here.
Nope. I was just wondering if you were here.
Of course. I'm always here.
That's weird.
He replies from his corner in a somewhat annoyed tone of voice. Oh, the book he's holding.
That's assigned reading for this semester. Is it any good?
Not really. I'm almost done with it. It forces its safe, ethical viewpoint on the reader, like all assigned reading. The whole concept is inane. Why force everyone to read the same books?
For summer reading, I had to read The Count of Monte Cristo.
Ooh.
Classic.
It is pretty boring most of the time.
But what about the Count of Monte Cristo?
No more brick puns.
What do you like to read?
Huh? Read?
volunteered to work here, so you must like books. I was wondering what to read next.
Crow's like, what? No, I volunteered here because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just here to romance you after you told me to jump out a window.
I clicked the wrong button. So you want me to recommend something?
He nods. What about...
Night on the Galactic Railroad.
What about Night on the Galactic Railroad? I liked it.
Too stereotypical.
What an asshole.
Rice, stick to the script.
Perfect.
Sorry. You've already read it, I imagine.
No, every time he's an asshole, I just imagine Crocod's like, wow, so hot.
Yeah, so why
So
we first played
Crocodile
this
is a
years ago?
masochist.
This was the bird we gravitated toward the first time we ever played. We were like, Nageki all the way, that's our boy.
We might have made different choices.
We're following a guide here, by the
Yeah.
way. But I think, was he one of our first birds when we
He
played?
was the very first one.
And I was like,
He was
I
my
know
very
little-
first one when I first played it, and also yours.
and
Our
like
first bird love.
I knew a little bit about this game before from like years and years and years ago. But then when we played it, I'm like, okay.
See, conceptually, the shy, quiet, the kind of depressed, sad bird in the library is like, oh yeah, I can see why we liked him. And now we go back, and I go, wow, what a dick.
He just was spending his life how he wanted it.
Yes.
I have a comment, but I guess I shouldn't spoil.
I said what I said on purpose. Continue.
Though I liked it too.
And so I spent the afternoon working in the library, occasionally exchanging a word with Nageki. Time flows slowly by. This sort of thing is nice too. It's easy to fall out of practice and get fat and lazy during summer vacation. That's no good for a hunter-gatherer.
It
So
is
we're-
no good for a hunter-gatherer.
So we're gonna skip on through
Though-
Tommy.
If you're a hunter-gatherer and you get lazy, somehow I don't think you're gonna get fat.
Yeah, we're still trying to gather. We're spending a lot of energy trying to gather. and just
Like-
being successful at it.
Yeah.
If you're a hunter-gatherer who is being lazy about your hunting and gathering, I don't know that you have very much to get you fat.
Yeah, we're no longer hunting and gathering. We are more laying on a comfortable rock.
Anyway, so we're not getting a job.
No, we're not getting a job. We'll wait till college.
This is a local summer festival. I think I'll go with some birdie. Invite
Some birdie.
some birdie to love. Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, we're trying to romance them.
I'll invite
Oh, man.
Nageki. He needs to get out more.
Romance me, crow-caw.
But I don't know his address or phone number. I'd go look in the library if the school weren't already closed. Now that I think about it, I only know him as the depressed freshman who's always in the library.
Oof, oof, oof.
I'd like to learn more about him, though he'd probably never tell me anything if I asked. Going out is too much trouble. I think I'll have some udon and go to bed.
How do you get udon as a hunter-gatherer?
You hunt
sell- you
the
sell the
stray
udon
udon
skins.
noodles.
You sell the skins for money.
Ah, I see.
No, I think you're definitely
Question.
just hunting noodles from the river.
Do birds make the udon, or do humans make the udon?
Birds.
I think the whole town is staffed by birds.
I don't know how much I can say because it's technically spoilers.
Depressed freshman who's always in the library. Oh, word, that's what I was doing.
We have been spoilering the entire stream at this point.
I think like,
Kind of.
We're one of the few remaining humans.
Yes.
So everything's birds.
At least in this
There's
town is
there's a
there's
human group that is paying very close attention to human-bird interaction.
Yeah.
But I think they're few and far between.
birdemic.
Bird.
This game came out after bird flu, right?
When was bird flu?
I don't remember.
Oh yeah,
I think when I was in high school or
It's
so.
been a while. Bird flu was a while in the past.
Bird
This
flu
game
was.
originally came out in 2011.
Oh god, I searched bird flu and then there's another 2022 avian influenza that's apparently going around.
of course.
Oh, great.
Because 2022, with COVID and monkeypox going around, wasn't enough. We also have another strain of bird flu going around, I guess.
This is why we just don't leave the house. Oh no.
Same.
Wait, are you guys hearing me normally?
Yes.
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 Oh, a miracle has befallen me, my
people-
friends.
People are problems.
You're just gonna
That
brush
is
past
the
my
moral
miracle,
of the
Royce?
world.
You're just gonna rip my microphone away when I'm talking about a miracle? Alright, that's fine.
What is your miracle that you stayed connected?
I know that I just regained hearing in my left ear.
Oh,
Oh,
Wait, you
that
couldn't
is
hear out of
worthy
your
of
left ear?
celebration.
Yes!
Oh no!
So Courtney with EDS has random body parts just stop working.
oh, oh no.
So yeah, back in last August, I dislocated a cervical vertebrae in my neck and had to have a hard collar neck brace to try to risk internal decapitation. And that was miserable, and I was miserable and could hardly move my body for over a month. But
Oh,
when
no.
that happened, when I dislocated my neck and almost, internally decapitated myself, I lost all of the hearing in my left ear. And it was gone for 6 months. And then it came back, and I was so happy. But I injured my neck again a few weeks ago. And my
say,
hearing
but
left.
by the way, you say injured your neck. You didn't do anything.
my
your
neck
neck
decided
your neck
to
just
exit
decided to
stage
be
left.
injured.
Your neck injured itself. It just was like,
It really
you know
did.
what? I'm tired.
My neck was like, I don't want to hold up this head anymore. And yeah, so my neck's been doing a little better this last week or two, but
That's
my
good.
hearing never came back. And since it was gone for 6 months last time, I wasn't super hopeful. But I just heard a really loud pop, and then all of my sound was completely different. And I thought that my mic and headphones had cut out, and that I was hearing from a different speaker. So I was like, oh no, I got disconnected again. But no, I just have more hearing than I did.
Yay!
Yay,
My-
ears work.
My left ear sometimes does something like that, where it will just decide to hear less, and then and I also have the tinnitus ringing in my ear at the same time.
Yeah, I get
And
that
then-
sometimes.
And then sometimes, it will eventually just come back, and I'm like, I can hear things for a little bit. Yay!
Yeah, what a momentous stream. We have guests. We hit the
Here I'm like,
1,000-hour
miracle,
mark.
Bryce.
You got a hearing miracle. Wow. All right, so what I'm
now-
seeing
now
is
we-
that everyone has.
We need to get back to the funny now because we still have 2 more spills for the elusive spill.
I'm almost out of coffee again. I can't promise that I'll spill.
You
Everyone,
must.
What I
you must fill up your drinks to precarious levels.
Okay, I know what I need to
We will
do.
continue.
I
The
will.
question is, should I pour alcohol too?
Yes.
Yeah, if you want to. I mean,
I'll pour a little of my
Make-
one
make-
alcohol.
if you want,
Make-
if you want an alcohol, acquire an alcohol.
I have been drinking alcohol, so therefore you are justified in drinking alcohol.
I feel like
But
I
Nick
should
says that
finally.
They have tinnitus, and tinnitus sounds awful.
It's
Not
very
fun.
annoying. I get like a for a while I thought I was hearing like an owl in the back of my head.
I'll just
I would like to
also-
acquire one alcohol. I will get some alcohol after I finish my coffee, I guess, so that we can have a full spread of alcohol.
My brain will sometimes, if it's too quiet, will just randomly insert noises that aren't there. So like sometimes I'll think I'll hear my name being called, or I'll think I'll hear like my phone vibrating and stuff like that.
Mm.
So
Oh, I have had like weird brain, particularly in this last week. My brain has been imposing other like physical phenomenon on me.
mm,
Wait.
I get what you mean. Sounds, feelings.
mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
like
yeah.
not a single sound will happen, and Royce will just look at me and be like, "What did you say?"
Oh yeah.
Nothing.
My roommate,
Yeah.
my roommate will like be looking at her phone, and I'll be like, "Oh, did you say something?" She's like, "I literally said nothing, unless you can
No.
read my mind." And I'm just like, I don't. Maybe apparently I can. I don't flippin' know.
But apparently not very well because you didn't hear distinctly what it said.
No. I just hear.
Wait,
I
does
hope I supplemented that correctly.
Yes, it was perfect.
it count as a stream spill if I spill while pouring a drink away from the stream?
Yes, it does, because that's what I did with my mimosa earlier. And Mick, who just showed up not too long ago to catch you up to speed, I was trying to pour myself a mimosa, and I laughed, and I spilled champagne on the floor. And then not too long after that, Roy spilled coffee. And so now we're two
I
two
was
for
trying
two
to
spilled,
drink coffee.
and you just spilled. So-
I had like I wasn't sure what I needed for the stream, so I had coffee and water and soda and alcohol, and I happened to spill the coffee.
You get whatever you desire. That's what this stream's about.
Yeah, Sharky I think usually has water, and I usually have coffee and or alcohol, sometimes both.
It depends on what I have on me. Today I have my one alcohol and soda. Most days I usually have a thing of water, so my voice doesn't go out.
Did I get the werewolf pack for Sims? Not yet. I saw
Flower
something
talking
about it. Yeah, I saw something about it the day before he was talking about it. It looks interesting. I am excited for the fact that it apparently has moon phases that come into play, and I just like that there's now moon phases. That's fun. It has absolutely no bearing on like any other gameplay if I'm not playing a werewolf, I think, but I just like that there will be moon phases built into the game. I
was curious. Like, I haven't played The Sims in a very, very long time, but I have been getting very invested in D&D, and lycanthropy is like not defined enough to my liking, because it's supposed to be a curse. It's supposed to be something that is very difficult to overcome. But then there aren't very many tools to actually like walk your players through becoming a lycanthrope and having to deal with the
Surprised it doesn't affect the magic aspect. So the
Right.
way the thing works for Sims at least is that each occult type is separate, and I don't know. I mean, it might affect the magic users. I haven't tried, but my understanding is that, at least I've only heard of it working on the werewolves.
Wait, what would happen if my character with the skin change outfit thing
Oh,
becomes
that's
a werewolf?
good question, but I'm not
Because
about to turn your character into a werewolf because apparently, when you have a werewolf character and a vampire character meet, they inherently immediately hate each other. And since Mick was having planned to become a vampire in our game, I don't want Mick to instantly hate you the same way I didn't want my evil trait and their good trait to clash and make us not like each other. I did play a bit again, and so now Mick is no longer broke in the game.
So Mick's comment is exactly my issue. That like rules is written in the like D&D universe, like getting cursed with lycanthropy is a boon instead of a bane. Like it's supposed to be a curse. It's supposed to be this horrible thing that you have to deal with. But it's like, I mean, if you're in a group of a bunch of murder hobos, it's like, oh, look at how powerful I am now.
I mean,
I can hardly ever die.
yeah, like looking at Werebear, it's you get 19 strength and a +1 to AC. That's great for some characters.
Yes.
I saw
Like,
something
holy crap.
recently of like, because of those stat boosts or whatever, I think they were saying that it should be explored more as like a gift instead of a curse, and then they went into like a discussion of, I think, basically gifting whatever as
think the
like a
issue is
thing
that,
for like characters with disabilities or like about to die or something, to overcome them.
I was going to say that I think the issue is that combat is easy, but roleplay is hard.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's also true.
Which is why in one of the campaigns I'm in, to get us to actually talk about our backstories to each other, because like it was real world years that neither of us knew what the other one was, everybody else was happening to each other. I had to have a wizard cast a spell on us to basically get us drunk enough to talk about our backstories.
No. I see.
and
That's my
intoxication spell.
dream, is to have a full group where everyone actually role plays and interacts with one another.
That
It's
sounds
very hard
fun.
to find the right group.
Yeah, it is. It very much
we
is.
we had a D&D group that was meeting every week, and they weren't nearly as into role playing as I was, but I was trying to go along with it and meet them where they were and everything. But the DM, who was a friend of ours for years, ended up like saying a lot of ace-phobic things.
Oh no.
And also started making some like racist microaggressions, and we were like, dude, what's your deal? And we tried calling him in and being like, you can't say these things and act this way. And he got super defensive and was like, I feel disrespected. I don't think we should play D&D anymore. And
I
like,
think that
we never
they
heard from
should
him
stop
again.
playing D&D and stop filling the space with toxic shit.
My
Yeah. So now Royce and I just play at home. I have a campaign I'm running for Royce, and Royce has 3
Nice.
characters, and Royce has a campaign that you're running for me with my 3 characters, and we play at 3
Yeah,
a.m.
yeah,
on
it's-
Thursdays and all hours of the night.
Yeah.
That's surprisingly accurate, but like single person D&D, like I mean role playing is a collaborative storytelling environment.
Yeah.
It can sometimes be very rules heavy just by nature of the like system that you're working in, but
Yeah.
it's been a lot of fun. Like Courtney is running Witchlight for me right now, and I'm running an adventure of my own design for her.
Nice.
It's interesting, but it can be a lot of like mechanical stuff to get around.
Mm-hmm.
My
We wrote an adventure together that we co-DM.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, it was.
If anyone
it was
ever
like,
wants to
what
play
if
that
we
with
are
us?
the villains? What if we are?
That sounds
antagonists?
fun.
What
That
if the
sounds
dungeon
great.
is our house?
Ooh.
I think the only consistent tabletop thing I ever did was while I was studying abroad, and then the guy who was DMing was racist. But specific, like, it was this weird, like, you're studying abroad in Japan, and then you're racist about Chinese. What's wrong with you? Like, he was like, oh, I think I'm weeby enough to do this, and then did, like, the pulling back the eyes into slits thing, and I was like, you definitely are sitting across from a Chinese person, and you need to, like, stop. And at another point, he said something about how Chinese sounds really stupid, and I'm like, dude, you're in my Japanese class. Do you know how much of Japanese comes from Chinese as a language?
Yeah, I mean, like kanji is literally Chinese character.
It is, and a lot of the pronunciations come directly from Chinese. So I'm like, if you think that Chinese sounds stupid, I've got some news for you because you're in level 3 Japanese, dude.
So Courtney and I totally need a new D&D group.
We do.
And I think
I'm
This
always
is our
up for it.
plea. This is our plea to you.
Legitimately, I'm always up for it. As long
I've
as it's
been
during
wanting a
hours I'm
group.
awake.
I've been wanting
I mean,
a
we
group
can
for
figure something
years.
out. I have been wanting recently. My project has been trying to look through the adventure out of the abyss into the Underdark and figure out how to make it work well. I would like to run a group.
Ace D&D group? Yes, Mick, we should totally do it.
I honestly, yeah. I mean, Rice and I have the adventure that we co-DM together. That's a relatively short one. I would absolutely be able to pick up Witchlight with another group. Rice has got a couple of different projects going on, so we are...
I've been playing Witchlight. I have been playing a trifecta of like a fairy woman druid, a non-binary sorcerer, and a masculine rabbit person.
Ooh.
Nice.
It's
So,
been
like,
so whimsical.
I'm having to stretch myself a little bit, but it has been very whimsical.
But yeah, and this is all like, because our consistent group, we have a less consistent group that we're lucky if we get to see them like once every other month, but we are so flexible. We're like, we just need other people who can commit to a certain time and tell us the time, and we will be there. We make our own work schedules. We can be flexible. We should be like the ideal D&D group. So yeah, we just need other people. But our old DM was trying to run Strahd for us, and we were excited for Strahd because that's such like a, you know, famous campaign and vampire, and then the DM was like, oh, well, there are all these soulless husks that are clearly going to be asexual because they're soulless. And it's like,
Oh, no.
you've been friends with us for years. What are you talking about?
I think I saw you tweet something about that at some point. That's awful.
Yeah, it was not a good time.
My my DM in one of our very like first or second like sessions for this one campaign where I'm like a barbarian who basically only loves to fight. One of the characters started flirting with me, like one of the NPCs, and he had to stop for a second and be like, wait, are you okay with this? Like, is this too uncomfortable for you? Like, I can stop, and I'm like, I don't flipping care. I just don't understand it personally. Like, that's not my thing. So, like, if you don't mind me not really responding to it, like, I don't care. But he was at least took the second of being like, hey, is this okay?
I wish that the Sims, like, unromantic trait was less, like, aerophobic. Because
disgusted with all romance.
Does it just make them
It's-
mean or something?
No, well, sort of. So there's like a combination of meaning that the sim is really awkward. Like instead of having an option to give other sims a hug, it's like awkwardly hug. And then all of the flirting options have like awkward like modifiers, like fail to flirt. And then sometimes they have whims that come up of like things they want to do randomly. And there are ones like yell at couple for PDA. And it's like, why? Just because I might not want it for myself does not mean that I want to yell at other people for having romance. That's not.
It's
yeah,
not like
that's unfortunate. Where's the like internally struggle with social interaction, present a like reasonable, like affable presentation.
Yeah, like you can.
it's not like high school where people yell 6 inches for Jesus at anybody for like hugging. If you're like even like if you're just hugging like a friend, it's 6 inches for Jesus.
Been talking to aloes lately. A lot of them don't know about the cake/garlic bread aces awkward side hugs.
Cake garlic bread. I have a project that I hope is coming out this month. I can't tell you what it is because of an NDA.
But that's exciting.
NDAs are stupid.
I mean,
You said it.
yeah.
Yeah, in approximately 90 days, we will be able to talk about this more.
All right. Well, then we'll just have to have you back in 90 days. Look, I said, like, oh, we want guests for Pride Month. This is a trick. I am the one conning people into joining us all of the time, actually. We've gotten Mick a bunch of times now this way.
I mean, you can con us into joining these Twitch streams if we can con you into playing D&D with us. So
Yes, good deal.
it's fine.
You don't need to con me. You can say, "Hey, I want to run a campaign." I'll be like, "What type of character can I make?"
Hey, I want to run a campaign.
Okay.
What kind of
type
character can I
should
make? What kind of parasite can I make? Yes, also that. Thanks, Captioner. That's an even better idea for once.
What
Have me
I
as
should
much
make I should make like a person where it's just being controlled by a fungus. Okay.
Oh, right. We still need to apply for
I
that
mean,
stream team thing.
Honestly, like that is very out of the abyss.
Okay, so we'll figure something out on the Discord at some point. By which I mean I should probably put a message immediately after the stream so that we don't collectively forget.
I will forget in approximately 2 hours.
All right, we have 2
literally
hours from now to
incapable of
fit this.
Bryce is like, no, this is happening. I won't let you forget.
Okay, good.
no,
As
like-
long as one person
like-
remembers.
My brain will not let this not exist in my memory.
Good.
I wish that was me.
Good. All right, good deal. We'll figure it out, and then
On
we'll
that note,
manage to drag you into
Receptionists.
subsequent streams so that maybe we could actually finish her.
Yeah. Today is my day as receptionist.
There's nobody here as usual. Maybe I should work on the newspaper.
Nageki.
Google set an alarm for 2 hours.
Good thing I have headphones on.
Good thing it's not set up on my phone.
yes.
You have a minute?
What is it?
Want to write a book review? I'm working on the library newspaper and there's a corner open. So I thought,
Can't you write one yourself?
I'm always writing them. Never get submissions. So the book reviews are just turning into our personal soapbox.
Perhaps it would be better to remove them from the paper.
My thoughts exactly.
I'd like to see how you'd write one, though. It doesn't have to be very long, either.
I'll write one later. Leave the paper there.
Hey, thank you.
I think that's everything for the September issue. Whee! Whee! And on that scene change note, I'm gonna go get a drink, I guess, and then hopefully maybe I'll do my spill.
Yes!
If I'm
I've already
pouring
finished my
directly
wine.
out of the shaker, maybe I will spill.
We are going for the elusive quadruple spill.
Does it count if one of us just double spills?
As long as it's 4, but I must say I am holding out for a Sharky fountain.
Hey,
I
Sharky.
am trying really hard not to double spill. I am
Hey, Sharky. Now's the
embarrassed at
time.
my coffee spill earlier.
Sharky, now's the time for your clumsiness to kick in because you always talk about how clumsy you are. Now's the time to show it off.
I'm clumsy in the fact
Double
of
fist, full drinks of water.
I am clumsy in the sense of if I stand up, I will trip over my own gravity. Usually, I'm not too clumsy enough to like pick up a glass and like spill it. Usually, I preface.
But yeah, I mean, sometimes there's just too much gravity.
There's just too much gravity for me to stand up. It sucks. I'll just be standing there and I'll just basically start tipping a little bit, and then my roommate's like, "Don't fall on the cats," and I'm like, "They're not near me." I don't have a sense of balance. It's bad.
Yeah, I used to have very, very frequent fainting spells. I still get very lightheaded frequently, but I usually don't completely lose consciousness and fall to the ground. Not nearly as often anymore.
When I was at my parents' house, and I don't think I told Satan this actually. I forget. When I would go up to the second story where my room was, there were times where my vision would start going dark. And then, like, after, like, 30 seconds, it would just come back. And then in 10th grade, we were having the one day a year where they have somebody come in and talk about the sex stuff. And I'm like, this is weird. I'm not feeling too good. Oh, can I go, like, to the nurse? And the person's like, yeah, like, you don't really look too good. I literally step out of the classroom. I collapsed.
Ooh.
But what's funny is after I came back to consciousness, I'm like, wow, I feel so much better than I was 10 minutes ago. Like, I just needed to have a soft reboot for a second. And people
Well,
are like,
that's good.
Are you okay? I'm like, no, I feel great. This is perfect. And they're like,
Wonderful.
what's wrong with you?
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
That's what it was. I was just like, oh. And they're like, like, was it something? I'm like, no, I was not feeling well. And then apparently I just shut down for a second and then came back on. And then obviously because it was that day, that class out of the year, everybody's like, haha, Sharky's collapsing at the sex talk. And I'm like, that wasn't it, but okay. You know, the standard Christian stuff.
Ah, Christian stuff.
Yeah, because I went to a Lutheran school in elementary school, and then in heavy quotes, non-denominational Christian school, which is basically just a fundamental evangelical school. For 7th grade to high school graduation. And so I've had the Bible beaten into my head.
I see. I once dated a born-again Christian, and that was, at first, it was great for me because I was quite asexual and I wasn't interested in physical things. And I was like, wow, this is great. We've been dating for 3 months and he hasn't even kissed me yet. Love it. So, like, that was working for me. But then I got completely blindsided when I thought everything was going great, but he broke up with me out of the blue because apparently he had been talking to his youth pastor for months about how I am a witch who is trying to summon evil gnomes to my house.
Was it because you were
me
just
too much?
Was it just because you were like a gothic person?
I wasn't even that gothic at the time because I was like too poor to purchase the clothes that I wanted for myself. So I just kind of had things that other people bought for me. What happened was my mother, for a brief period of time, delivered newspapers in the morning around that period of time, and I would sometimes go with her to help deliver the newspapers, and we'd listen to Coast AM, and there'd be like, you know, just weird off the wall kind of conspiracy theory things. And there was an author who had written a book about how to attract gnomes to you, and it was like, put pastel colored lights in the bushes, and if gnomes like you, they will help you with your chores. And I was like, well, wonderful, I want gnomes to help me with my chores. And I didn't like literally think this was real, but I thought the concept was precious, so I wanted to read this book just for funsies. And I explained that this book was out and this person was talking about these gnomes, and so we drove to Barnes & Noble to see if they had the book, and they did not. So we just never got it, and I never read this book. But apparently this haunted him for months.
Yeah,
and he did not say a single thing to me, and it came out of nowhere. And apparently he had been talking for months to his youth pastor, who had been telling him that I am just a witch and I am a temptress, and like this is his battle, and this is how he proves that he loves Jesus more than the temptress witch. And I was like, what the heck? What just happened?
I came back to conspiracy theories about gnomes and being a temptress witch, and then I see a message about being too poor to get goth clothes. Okay.
No, this all made perfect sense to me. Growing up in the environment, I'm like, no, this makes sense.
I bet.
Yeah, well, here's the best part. So after he broke up with me, and of course I was devastated because I was like, we had been together for like over a year, and he'd never even expressed any interest in anything physical whatsoever. And like, I was like, perfect, love this. And so I was devastated. I thought I was so in love with this guy, and then really I just loved the lack of interest in sex that he had. That was very religiously based. But so after I was just totally devastated and I was newly single, I think I did actually summon a gnome to my house. But listen, this was a recent revelation because I was recounting the story to Royce a couple of years ago, where this kid at my school, whom I had not really talked to much, he just sort of appeared in my life after this Christian guy from another school broke up with me for being a temptress witch trying to summon evil gnomes, as happens. And he just started talking to me, and he was so rich. Like, he took me to like this country club, and he had a tab. And I was like, what a weird life this is. But he just showed up at my house and like started shoveling my driveway when it snowed because I couldn't physically shovel the driveway. And I didn't ask him to do that. And he just showed up to my house, shoveled the driveway, and then left. And he did things like that for me, and I was like, well, that was very nice of him. And I was recently thinking, like, who was that guy? And I had a name in my head for who he is. I was like, I wonder if I can find him on Facebook or something, or anywhere online. And I looked up the name I had in my head, and it was a totally different guy. Like, I recognized the guy that I just found under that name, but it was not the one I was thinking of. And I tried pulling out an old yearbook, and I can't find this guy. And I was like, who was that? Who was that? And it was right after this Christian boy broke up with me, and I was like, I'll be damned, that was a helpful gnome.
The gnomes knew that this Christian boy
Came to my house, and he did my chores. And then he took me to a country club, and he didn't pay money because he's a gnome.
See, I remember in high school, people would start talking about like sex and stuff, and me not knowing I was ace at the time was like, I don't understand like the fascination. I don't understand why people talk about cheating so hard. Like I don't get all of this stuff. And so then I look back, I'm like, oh, this makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. And even my mom was like picking on me a couple years ago because she was like, what was with that Christian guy? What was with that Christian phase you went through? Because like I wasn't raised religious, but I hit it off with this guy so much, and it's like, in hindsight, it was just because he was probably saving himself for marriage and also thought I was a wicked witch who was going to steal his soul or something.
I think it's disappointing that you didn't steal his soul, because it sounds like it should have been.
I really should have. The funny thing is, I ran into him a few years later when I was in a metal band, and we were
just casually dropping.
I was. And so we were just stopping at like a gas station after we played a gig, and so I was like the heaviest makeup, the gothiest clothes, because now I'd gotten a little money, I started buying some goth clothes and what I wanted to wear. And he had never seen me like this before. But years later, we like 3 a.m. in a gas station, he sees me and is like, Courtney? And I was like, yes,
She didn't steal his soul, but she did summon a gnome, so there is that.
Yeah, I could sense the inner turmoil because he was like, you look fantastic, but I mustn't speak to you. But it's so good to see you again, but I need to go. And I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Maybe you did steal his soul and put it inside of this gnome guy.
Listen.
Hit the skip button.
I'm wanting to hear more about this metal band.
I mean, you could have heard about the metal band while we're skipping.
Yeah.
I've been in a couple of bands. I was in a metal band. I was in a punk band. I was briefly in a glam band.
I'm just like, we're not cool enough for this.
I know for a fact I'm not cool enough for this.
I want to hear more, but I'm also like, oh no, I'm not cool enough for the presence of this.
No, I just have a lot of chaotic energy in my soul, and I seem to attract it to me.
Yeah, ideal.
I saw a tweet the other day that
I have whatever the opposite of chaotic energy is.
Nick, I'm not cool enough for this either.
None of us are cool enough for Courtney.
I'm like, literally, the only things I've done in my life are the few plays, jujitsu, and this.
I mean, if you ever want a wild trip, ask me about Cincinnati. But, like, weird things just happen to me and around me, and I can't really explain them, and I don't know why they happen to me. The first time I was in the UK, I was actually going to teach at an academic conference. I had a workshop I was teaching, and I had a purple top hat, and I was walking down this cobblestone road in Winchester, and I kid you not, a gentleman crossed paths with me who was wearing the exact same purple top hat, and we made eye contact, and we simultaneously tipped our hats to one another and didn't say a word, and we just kept walking.
That's amazing.
I kid you not.
I exist to provide commentary in Courtney's
Uh-huh.
life.
Yeah, no, oh.
I was just
I
like,
can
wow,
feel
that's
that.
so cool. Because I'm like, I think I apparently exude too much keep away and ace energy simultaneously. So, like, my roommate has all these wild, fun stories, and, like, when she goes out, like, crazy things happen to her. And then every time I'm out with her, it's like, yeah, everybody stays away. Nobody wants to talk to me. Maybe they want to talk to her. Sometimes there have been guys that come and introduce themselves and then ignore me the entire time and entirely focus on trying to talk to her. But then sometimes they just keep away.
I have it where, if I'm going somewhere, like when I was commuting to college, random strangers would just come up and start talking to me, like about their life and like stuff that's happening to them, and I'm like, okay, this is weird. But like during work, everybody's like, we can't bother Sharky. He's too busy. He's too important. Like we cannot talk to Sharky. And I'm like, no, talk to me. And they're like, no, we can't. So I'm like, I somehow assumed people want to talk to me, and nobody wants to talk to me.
See,
So, like, I kid you not, this is the kind of thing I attract.
Get
So,
that
I
out of the
had
story.
an art show in New York several years ago, and I decided, for funsies, why don't I take the train? Because I'd never actually taken an honest-to-goodness Amtrak train before, and I was like, let's go from Kansas City to New York on the train. It'll be an adventure.
That's a long train ride.
that is.
It was too long, but the first half of it was perfect and ridiculous. So I met a fellow and we started talking, and we were just doing like off the wall improv bits for hours that made no sense. For some reason, we decided that to solve all of the world's problems, step one was send all of the ketchup packets to New Delhi. And I was like, yes, I'm in this with you. And we're just doing this bit, and it was super weird. But we were just hanging out, and then we had a stop in Chicago before we had to change trains. And he was going a different direction than I was, so we knew that at this stop, this was like the last thing we were gonna do. And we're sitting hanging out at the train stop, and he's telling me his life story now about how he just had his house burned down in a fire, and he was crossing the country to go become an apprentice to one of like the last people who makes guitars and like carves them by hand in this country.
God.
And I was like, wow, that's wild. And so he's telling me where he's going and all this stuff. But then while we're at the train station, he checks his email, and he showed me the email. So like, either this is 100% true, or this person was punking me and I was on some kind of like show, some prank show or something. But he was like, oh my god, it's her. And I was like, who's her? Tell me that story. And he's like, my long lost love. And he tells me this tragic backstory of this long lost love. And he's like, I haven't heard from her in over 10 years. And in the last minute, he changed his ticket. He went to the train booth to get a new ticket. Instead of going to his apprenticeship where he was going to be hand carving guitars, he went to see his long lost love, who had just contacted him at the train station. And I was like, what just happened?
What the crap?
That
I-
is normal for me when I travel.
So-
Every time I travel, something like that happens.
That's incredible.
So we have a close friend who's like, if the things you would say would come out of anyone else, I would think
they're
you
not
were full of
true.
shit.
Yeah.
But I've been around you personally while weird shit has happened, and like somehow it just always gravitates to you.
It's all the gnomes.
You summoned them, and they're doing their thing now.
They never left. They're inside of me now. But yeah, we don't have enough time to talk about Cincinnati, but if you ever want to have us on again, ask me about Cincinnati.
We're just gonna need to have like an impromptu ace couple podcast, apparently.
At this rate, I'm actually just stealing as many fellow aces as I can to join us on the stream as much as I can get away with. I want to know. Yeah, we'll have to have you for another stream, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one. And we'll just have to have a big group stream at some point so Mick can also be on at the same time. And then we'll just end up having like 20 of us on at the same time. Somehow. I don't know how, because I don't think we actually have 20 aces in our audience yet. But we'll...
Hangout hour.
Yeah. Yes, Mick, you are on the list to be stolen.
And yeah, it's been a minute since I've told people about the horrors and delights of Cincinnati, so I look forward to sharing that story.
And we'll have to do the tabletop stuff, and then it'll be more time for story time.
Yeah.
Also, does it count if I spilled like flecks of ice to the ground? I didn't
It
spill my
is.
drink, but I spilled ice.
We need. So if you have spilled ice, now we all need to conspire to make Sharky spill something.
I love conspiring against Sharky. Let me just hit up his roommate, who's not home right now, but you know.
Sharky, you're next.
The library should be open now. I think I'll go study.
Wait, did I just miss something? I thought I heard my name.
Good, nothing. You heard nothing. There's absolutely nothing to worry about. Don't mind the captions that don't say it anyway.
I went to the bathroom and then I come back and now I'm scared.
You know, I think it would be incredible if we got enough people to join as guests on a single stream that every person could have only a single role on a game.
I actually saw that and I thought it was a stream with Hatoful.
Hatoful has quite a lot of characters. I feel like
They had like a dozen people on. It was like it was a lot.
yeah, I feel like I think Hatoful actually has one of the larger list of characters, at least according to our spreadsheet. I think, let's see, something like Code Realize, but like specifically during the scenes where there are not a bunch of side characters showing up.
You know, I heard Doki Doki got a remaster.
Oh man. We played that for like 4 hours once on
We got to the
Halloween.
end of Act 1 and
Yep.
we never picked it up again.
Yep. Not trying to get doxxed.
We played it through. We haven't played the re-release.
I think the
but
re-release
we've already
fixed-
said like we like dark things.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
think the re-release fixes the big streaming thing, because I know like if you were like recording it, it would like call you out on recording it and would also say like the username on your computer, and I was like, I was one playing it and I'm like, I don't want to be doing that for it to say my name on stream.
Yeah.
We
I-
didn't stream, so I didn't
Call
even
out
think about
certain-
that, but yeah.
like if it could like call out your like stream identity or whatnot.
It just in general, regardless of whether you're streaming, it calls you out by whatever user profile name on your computer. So when I was
It's
playing,
interesting that like so many games have taken just the like Psycho Mantis, like Metal
Yeah.
Gear Solid,
Mm.
reading
Yeah.
your memory card sort of thing.
yeah,
But it also does call you out, like if you have like OBS or one of those open, it also does call you out on having that open and like
Yes.
either recording it or streaming it. But it does read your name, and I'm like, I don't want to have my name because I don't like my name and I want to change my name at some point.
I'm like, to be fair, if it showed the name that's on like my user profile that has like my first initial and my very generic last name, so that wouldn't be completely revealing myself, but it is also more than I wanted to reveal.
No, it has my nickname formed of my first name and my last name, and I have a not totally unique last name, but it's definitely not a common last name.
I
And
have
so
one
I'm
of
just
the
like,
most common Chinese last names in existence.
So I'd rather just be called Sharky Blade.
For that matter, I searched my actual name on Google, and there are literally other results of people doing similar lines of work with the exact same name. So I have a generic enough name, but it's also not a name that I want just out there publicly, per se.
If you Google my name, you get authors and CEOs, apparently.
My last name is super common.
Wonder what you get if you Google my name. I used to be the top result with my hair work stuff, but probably not anymore. I've been backing away from my online presence for a while.
I'm gonna creepily find out. The
It
first...
used to be if you Googled Kansas City professional weirdo, the top result was my website. I was proud of that.
Let's see.
That's actually great.
I opened incognito, so it shouldn't be affected by my account info. And the first one seems to be your Instagram, because it has Victorian hair artist, historian, professional weirdo. And then there's a consultant at Anacapa Clinical Research. And then there's whatever comes up in the search for Facebook is like this Facebook search result thing. Then there's like a UCSF profile, and then it's your website. And then someone who works for Synapse Energy.
When I Googled it, I got street addresses.
Oh,
So this is the degree of common that my name is if I type my first and last name together just into an incognito Google search, the first result is 800 plus name profiles, LinkedIn. Then there's one in a pretty close by city to me, actually. Not quite the city I live in, but pretty close. And then there's some consulting company, another UCSF person. I guess a lot of people at UCSF. A couple different Facebook profiles. IEEE Entrepreneurship, Novartis, and Sitka Physio and Wellness. So there's a lot, and none of those are me.
So back to birds.
birds.
Woo.
Woo.
Sorry, sir. I'm not sure I prepared enough for my tests. I'd like to go study. It's alright.
In my professional career, there have been between 5 and 17 people in the company phone book with my first and last name. I have definitely gotten an email before, at least once at my current company, of someone looking for someone in a completely different job function with the exact same name.
I have gotten CC'd at my current job because a VP has a different last name, but it's like 2 letters off from my last name. And it's the same first initial of the first name. So I've gotten CCs for like VP stuff, and I'm like, I'm just ignoring this. I'm an IT worker.
So instead of Sharky Blade, their name is Sharky Bleed.
Yes.
Of course. Work hard, okay?
There are already a number of students working in the library. Looks like mostly third years. They've probably all decided on their colleges and careers already. Will I be that frantic this time next year, I wonder?
Nope.
Remember being in high school thinking you knew the path that your life was gonna go? Me neither.
I took a year off from college, and then my school decided to put going to work in like the little pamphlet at graduation, and so my parents are like, you said you were going to work, and so you need to get a job. And I'm like, but that's not what I told them. I told them I'm taking a year off. They decided to put going to work.
Well, you did do some work during that time.
Yes, I worked in a makeup factory
Ooh.
for one of the most expensive and well-known makeup brands out there. Estee Lauder.
Exclamation mark.
Estee Lauder.
Yep. Where I package Estee Lauder, Coach, and MAC makeup.
And this is why I think that you probably know more about makeup than I do, actually.
Oh, but I don't know enough. I don't know anything about applying it. I just know like the packaging.
More than me. There's also the time I got like a liquid lipstick a year or two ago, and I pulled it out and the applicator tip got stuck inside the tube, and I was just like, cool. Well, I don't know how to use this now.
Things about makeup if you were a dancer, right?
I know how to look like a clown with like stage makeup levels of
That's
makeup,
something.
and I know how to apply. At this point, I know minimally how to do some degree of goth makeup. I don't use like foundation or anything. It's just like, all right, here's eyeshadow, here's eyeliner, and here's lipstick. All right, my makeup's done.
The most I know is that when people start buying all those winter deals and specials for makeup, that was made and packaged in June.
Yeah, that makes sense.
See, I do a lot. I used to do a lot of weird makeup stuff. I mean, I used to perform in drag bars, but even before then, just
Ooh.
like stage and theater makeup. And there's a period of time where I worked at a bank. I was department lead of a banking call center.
Wow.
And they tried to have these like spirit weeks that were almost like adult banker homecoming, and it was very, very odd choice. And so I just decided to be an utter smartass about it, because I have to do everything 110%, but I have to do it in a way that people don't expect. So there was one year where they said, oh, well, this day is going to be 80s day. And so I showed up in full 1880s gown.
Oh my
You
god.
didn't say what year.
What
You
I
just
told
said
them,
80s.
I said, you need to be more specific. And the next year, they had a 90s day. They again did not specify the century, but I said I can't do 1890s when I did 1880s last year, because these people that work at the bank aren't going to tell the difference between 1880s and 1890s fashion. So I showed up like I was 90, and I did full old lady makeup. And like I had a walker with tennis balls and a little old lady purse and like purple socks, and
That's
I had a
great.
gray curly short wig and glasses and everything. And everyone was like, what are you doing? And I said, I'm 90.
Hey, I got another Sharky Wheeze. That's amazing.
So that's how I operate. I mean, they also had a jersey day where you were supposed to wear your favorite sports jersey, and I was like, I don't have a jersey, so I got really bad, like intentionally the orangest spray tan I could find, and came in like Snooki and did like the full poof hair, like Jersey Shore, and I was like,
from Jersey.
yeah, I was like, Jersey Day, and I was there for 5 hours before anyone knew it was me.
Oh my god. See, in the
Because I was
first
normally
place,
in my full like gothic makeup and gothic look, because it was a banking call center, so I could dress however I wanted to.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was there for hours before someone like stopped and did a double take, and they were like, Courtney? So I was also wearing like big sunglasses.
yeah, anytime my work has done like a spirit week thing, first of all, I don't think we did it until after the pandemic started, so it was just on video calls. So and most of the time I leave my video off during work, because I'm like, well, you don't really need to see my face in this meeting. I've had people complain, Like, a couple people complain just to the team in general, because then a lot of other teammates also decided, like, no, we're not going to show our faces. And so some newer people were complaining, like, well, like, if you don't show your faces, it makes it really hard to connect as people, and then it becomes so easy to just think of all your coworkers as coding robots, and so it's really hard to remember that your coworkers are people if you can't see their faces. And I'm just like, I'm on a stream 3 times a week where I don't show my face worth shit, and I still made friends. So that sounds like a you problem, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, most of my coworkers at this point, because so many left, and now I work from home, none of them know what I look like. They just know me as that person to go to if account is broken.
Like, some people know what I look like. There's still a decent number that knew me pre-pandemic. And aside from that, when I do show my face on various occasional calls, I am the one person that has non-standard hair color. So, I think although I think it doesn't always show up because the camera wants to color correct, right? So sometimes it's rainbow hair erasure, and it's just like, no, your hair is black. And it's like, nah, it hasn't been for years, but okay. Nageki's here too, leaning against a bookshelf in a far corner.
We'll get through it, I swear.
Nageki.
Will we? We're at 3.5 hours. We were supposed to have stopped a while ago. It's okay. I don't have particular plans.
It's
Mr.
more-
Goff, did you need something?
Does the camera chroma key your hair? The camera just kind of turns my green and blue sections of hair also just so dark that it looks black. So I think in some cases the blue comes out, and in many cases my hair just looks black.
And then there's my job where I take phone calls, and I still need to be like in business casual all the time. And they have a clause in the contract about non-standard hair colors.
Ooh.
I was going to say I feel the computers because for some reason my color blindness causes me like extreme difficulty in seeing like subtle details in hair colors.
Oh,
Yeah.
I will drastically overhaul my hair color. At least I did pre-pandemic. I haven't done my hair in 3 years. But I'd come home and I'd be like, Rice, how do you like my new hair color? And Rice would be like, it's different. Yes, it is drastically different, actually.
For some reason, like subtle colors in hair tone and skin tone just don't resonate at all.
Yeah, I mean, mine's decently bright blue. Not like bright neon blue, but where it's distinctly blue, not black. But the camera just decides to darken it, especially considering whatever lighting in the room, I guess. It just thinks that the hair should be darker than it is. I think it's... I do know in terms of, like, color perception, I've talked about it before, where, like, if you're not used to trying to perceive different nuanced differences in colors, then a lot of people's brains literally just don't detect the difference.
I have the problem where my monitor will display it, and there were times where I was like on stream like, oh, that's orange, and Satan's like, no, that's red, and I'm like, my screen shows it as orange.
I have
I've
two
got
monitors,
a
and one
really-
is different than the other for color.
To take it lightly back to the makeup conversation, there's this very, very weird thing with my skin tone because I am mixed race and I'm currently lighter than I used to be, but I also tan dramatically and very quickly. And so, depending on the time of year, depending on how healthy I am, if I've been outside or not, Like it drastically fluctuates. So I used to constantly be like trying to find the right foundation for me, but they also don't make a lot of foundations with my correct undertone. So even if you were in the right ballpark, it still like looked a little wrong. And when Sephora came out with this, like, oh, we have this color matching technology,
Yeah,
we'll
that
run
thing.
the camera thing on your cheek, and it will pick out the perfect match foundation for you without fail.
Did it work?
It would pick up my like deeper, darker undertones, even if I was in a paler phase, and they'd come out with this like much darker than I needed foundation, and it's like that's what I wear when I have spent all day every day in the sun for a month, and it's the middle of winter right now. Why is it coming back with this? Like, I need something lighter, but it just couldn't pick up another foundation with the right undertone, and it was awful.
Oh, man.
So every time I need to go to Sephora for like new makeup, I am specifically like, please give me a non-white employee to help me find my right foundation.
My roommate is a non-white former employee of Sephora. She showed me the color, like, scanner thing for foundation. But unfortunately, I tried it after we went to brunch one day, and so I was a little flushed from mimosas. And so then I looked back at the tones, and I was like, these are redder than I am. But I generally just don't wear foundation, so I guess I avoid that whole problem because I hear that a lot of Asian skin tone ones are just all yellow undertone. Your undertone is yellow, right? And it's like, not exact. That's not the only thing there, but okay then, thanks.
Yeah.
Or like where it's just the pure light to dark scale, and it's like, oh yeah, I'm not in this pure like white to black skin tone scale. I'm a little outside of it. Oh well.
That's how it be.
Why are you over here? There are plenty of seats open. You should sit down.
I don't mind standing.
You look like you mind.
Like being near other birds? Is that
He nods.
They'll just...
How did it go from he nods to canine dogs?
Canine dogs.
Yes, canine dogs, Nageki, canine dogs.
No, we're not talking about dogs here. We're talking about birds.
dogs are a danger in this universe.
They are very dangerous.
Very.
They'll just ignore me anyway, whether or not I go near.
Nageki, are you being...
Aren't you being paranoid?
Look, for all of the rude things that he said to us, I feel like we're allowed one. We won't choose that one, but we are allowed one, I feel like.
Yeah.
Would be justified.
He falls silent. If there's something wrong, I'd like to help.
See, that's it.
I'd like to help, but then I just decided to leave.
And then we can skip for an entire month.
Wow.
Yep.
Second term. I also just realized that my icon for the captioner is directly over the skip button.
Yes, it
So
is.
no one's actually seeing the skip button go by.
Nope.
Today's an elective day. We like
Why is
math.
this person here?
Wisest hunter-gatherer.
The hunter-gatherer never actually goes to gym class.
Nope. Because that's every day for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah, we already have that accomplished.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We are very fit.
We got elective credit for our lifestyle.
That's how I got gym credit for high school, was because of jujitsu.
Do we have a scene for this, or do I skip the whole thing?
You skip until October.
Nope, I don't. I wonder if
Oh.
Nageki's in the library today. Probably. I think I'll go buy something and hang out with him.
Yep, door's open. Nageki?
Close it, please.
I knew you'd be here.
Door. It's loud outside.
Mood.
Jeez. So sorry. You're staying in here even today? It's almost like this is where you live.
Is there something wrong with that?
Well, libraries don't make very good homes most of the time.
When I was
Of course.
playing... When I was playing Sims, and I was, like, trying to train up this one Sim who I was gonna make a novelist, but he didn't have enough money to, like, buy a computer. So I would send him to the library, and it very conveniently had benches for him to sleep on, and, like, bushes around with strawberries and stuff, and I was like, okay.
So you encouraged a, like, starving artist?
Literally.
Until he wrote enough stuff to make a solid income, he half lived at the library because you could fulfill the bladder. You could up the hygiene enough by just washing hands and brushing teeth enough times at the sink.
How did you fulfill the bladder?
There's a bathroom at the library.
Okay. I wanted to
For the
make
same reason that there's a sink at the library. There were the plants around for some food, although I usually sent him back for meals if he got really hungry. There was a little bench for napping, which gave him energy.
Starving artist.
And then if he was there during the daytime, then there would be other Sims to fulfill the social need. It was actually kind of like okay. I sent him back home a few times because then you could take the plants around. You could pick them and then grow them as new plants at your home. And that is a pretty
You stole
decent...
library plants?
Yes. That's what it sounds
Yes.
like, yes.
They grow back
Of
every
course not.
day.
Kind of like a friendly ghost. Or something. It's reassuring that you're here. Anyway, I brought you something. I'm planning to stay here all day, right?
Did cookies?
I brought cookies.
You brought cookies.
I guess so.
Yep. Birdwatching Club was selling bird-shaped cookies. Aren't they cute? Have some.
That makes too much sense.
I'm like, I guess we have gingerbread as a...
Yeah.
Like, gingerbread man as a cookie
Yeah.
shape. So that's pretty normal, I guess.
Yeah, it's like a human watching club selling gingerbread cookies.
Yeah.
Gingerbread man cookies.
I also, for Christmas/birthday, for a friend a couple years ago who likes to bake, bought her these, I think, corgi cookie cutters. And she's just the type of person that I was like, one of the cookie cutters was just like a corgi butt with the butthole as a little X. And I was
Wow.
like, yeah, she's gonna like this. And she did. And I was like, great. Because she's usually quite picky with gifts. So I usually try to stick to whatever's on her wish list. But I think by the time I got to it, the wish list was obliterated by other people who had already gotten all the good gift things. And so it was kind of
Except
just...
for the corgi butts.
No, so I had to go figure out something on my own. And I was like, well, she'll like corgi butts.
Corgi.
Corgi butt cookies. And then apparently she used them for some kind of potluck, I think. And the funny thing is, I think I got her both the front and butt of the corgi so that you could kind of make a sandwich. And she did make cookie sandwiches with it, I think. But I think both sides might have been butts.
Why not?
I'm just face palming over here.
Corgi.
It's
Corgi
the
butt
one that
sandwich.
was in your year that you kind of
The
knew.
one I know?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that kind of does explain it.
The one that I just described as liking baking.
Yeah, I was going to be like, is this the person I know? Okay, this makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, I got her corgi butt cookie cutters off Etsy, and she liked them, and I'm very pleased that I was like, yeah, I got this correct.
No, I honestly am not convinced in that I am capable of determining the difference between a corgi butt or other animal butts.
I knew it was a corgi butt because the Etsy listing was labeled corgi butt.
Ah, well,
Very helpful.
that settles it then.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they had, like, corgi faces as well.
Think that like Satan was a butt expert for a moment.
Who knows? Satan might be.
I definitely don't look at people's butts enough to be expert at anything to do with butts. However,
Well,
my cats
in
do
all
like to
fairness-
show their butts to me a lot.
Yeah, looking at animal butts is different than looking at human butts.
Yes, my cats like to show their butts to me all the time because they want me to scratch their butts.
We have a little rat dog who is just like gnawing his butt off lately because he's
Oh.
itchy boy.
Oh.
He looks very like scruffy now and is losing some hair.
Yeah, apparently if a cat shows you its butt, it's like a sign of like it's accepted you, but also it's like disrespecting. It's like, oh, you're safe for me to disrespect. You are here to serve me, and therefore I present to you my butt for scratching.
That's a great.
They have yet to climb onto my roommate's lap very much, even though they come to me a lot. They are total mama's kitties, and so I was like, you just have to teach them that it's okay to disrespect you, because they disrespect me all the time.
This line was said, by the way.
I know. We talked about it.
Thanks.
Hearing him thank me makes me very happy, even if it was in a whisper. He even looks a little happier than usual.
There's lots of other stuff too. The third years are doing a play, and one class put together a god-tier haunted house. I was thinking of looking around a little more. Nageki, or to come with me.
No.
Oh, there was... I recently discovered that the word Nageki in Japanese, like, literally translates to, like, sadness or something.
Oh, of course it does.
Because
Of course it does.
I was playing a different game, and the English translation for their house is House of Lamentation, but the Japanese name uses the word Nageki. And I was like, what? So I looked up the word, and yeah, okay. It's literally like sadness.
Fitting for a mourning dove.
Yeah, I guess so. But he's the ultimate depressed character, I guess, because his name is literally sadness. Oh no,
Probably.
he looks angry.
No. Thank you. Go ahead. If you want.
Well, alright. Sorry, I didn't mean to try to drag you out of here.
I think he might actually live in here.
The nerd.
Now that I think about it, I've never seen him anywhere else. Maybe he comes straight here as soon as he gets to school?
Or something like that.
Midterms are right around the corner. We're gonna skip our exams, though. Oh no. Oh no. I don't think it has the go back feature. I should something.
Go home with Nageki.
Hey, Nageki, let's go home together.
No, thank you.
He didn't even pause to think about it.
Where do you live? I'll walk you.
I'm fine, really. Don't worry about me.
Don't worry, I'm already home in this library.
You always get mad when I suggest you go outside.
Dot, 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 dot. Don't jump to... If I could, I'd...
What?
Don't worry about it. I'll lock the door, so you just leave the key there.
He was already reading again. I think I'm annoying him.
Cry, cry, cry.
My grades aren't looking very good, even though I do nothing but attend math class and have high wisdom. I need to work harder to recover before finals. And so I sat studying in the library while one by one the other students filed out to go home. When I look up, I'm alone. Or not.
Hi. How unusual. I think this is the first time you've sat down next to me. Nageki?
Dot, 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 dot. I want to talk to you.
You are nothing but surprises today.
I'll leave you alone if you're busy.
No, date us.
No! Fuck away.
I was shocked when you first came and talked to me, Miss Kaka. You're the only one who didn't ignore me. No one but you has ever talked to me. That's why this is the only place for me.
That's terrible!
I keep forgetting that that's her last name.
Royce, what's her name again? Oh no.
It's Kaka.
Aw.
Nageki, that's awful. Which class are you in? I'll talk to our teacher.
Yeah, we like to pick names that every time the name comes up, we just cringe a little bit until we stopped cringing because that's just all of our names.
Yeah.
At least Cora was like a relatively normal name. When we played Boyfriend Dungeon, it was a little bit after we started as AC on Code Realize, so we were Macy.
And we were dating weapons, so maybe.
Yeah, even though we couldn't actually turn into a mace. Very sad.
Works on many levels.
And then Arcade Spirits, where we're just like, oh no, like Crunkle Bottom, Spankle Bottom.
Well, because we were taking too long to come up with what the name should be, and Flower likes to pop into a lot of the Arcade Spirit streams. So he suggested, what was it? Spunk Cranklebottom?
No, it was. I would have to
No,
look up the name.
Spank something bottom.
No, Spank was later, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Hold on.
Was it Crunk Spanklebottom?
It might have been.
I think it was Crunk Spanklebottom, and that's how we got to Spunk Cranklebottom,
Yeah.
which then turned into
Why
Spank
did-
something something. And then we just had a theme of everybody's named something something bottom.
Yep.
At one point, we were named Bottom Top Bottom.
Which is also how we came up with Ooh Woo Unicorn Bottom.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Hustle Cat, we had an actual name because Hustle Cat just gives us the name Avery Gray.
Yep. You were just Avery Gray.
I'm not done talking yet.
He's like, don't interrupt me.
Sorry. Go on.
You think I'm being bullied, right? I thought that too.
You're not?
Don't think so, no. Being bullied
Better than this? Then what is he?
Crunk Spankle Bottom.
Okay, it
That
was
was the
Crunk Spankle Bottom.
Yeah.
And then you had the hit the lever Crunk jokes.
Yes, hit the lever, Crunk. Yep.
I'm not sure yet, though. When you talk to me, I remember things sometimes, but it's still not enough.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
Miss Kaka, I think I'm...
Caw, you're here late.
Sir?
The school's already starting to close for the night. It's good to study, but working too hard on your own for too long can backfire on you. Lock the door and head home soon, okay?
Oh my gosh, Sharky, you're making me yawn.
The goal.
This
Also,
is what
one
Sharky
sec.
does to you.
Sorry for all the coughing for those who can hear on the stream.
And all the yawning, apparently. Okay.
On my own?
Sir, what are you talking about? I'm not all...
Nageki's gone. He was here just a moment ago. Where'd he go?
Ninja Bird.
Did he leap out the window and go home ninja style?
I didn't remember that line when I said that. I swear.
That's what we said about Shu earlier, so that's...
Yeah.
Yeah.
These birds are all ninjas.
Oh, man. Closing time already. I don't really have any reason to be here again until the semester starts up.
No, it's snowing.
It was clear when I left. Crossing the wilderness to get to my house in a blizzard. I'd be risking my life.
You're still here?
Nageki.
A book under his arm, the same as always. I do wonder about last time. But if he wants to talk, then he'll talk to me. For now, I won't bring it up.
I was about to go home, but...
No?
Guess we'll have to wait until it stops.
Didn't realize it plays Silent Night here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, oh look, more classic music.
Yeah.
Classic, very identifiable, Christmas-related music.
Mm-hmm.
He makes a noise of agreement and sits down next to me with his book. He's been a little distant lately, but maybe he's warming up to me in his own way?
What are you reading?
Dickens, A Christmas Carol.
Oh, it's Christmas Eve today, isn't it?
Keep quiet in the library.
Sorry.
I completely forgot. I guess this makes it a white Christmas.
What's that like?
More like a white-out Christmas, if you ask me.
Looks like you're almost finished.
Up, I just got to the part where Tiny Tim dies and Scrooge sees his own grave.
Spoilers.
Spoilers. That sounds like a depressing story.
You haven't read it? Even though you work here?
I'm Buddhist, so Christmas stuff has never been...
Tim is a boy born weak, who dies young. Protagonist, Scrooge, sees that will happen and tries to prevent it.
Time travel? I thought it was a classic, but it sounds kind of like science fiction.
I can see that. It's not really the focus of the book, though.
I'd like to see the future. It would be nice to be able to avoid getting into trouble.
I wouldn't like it.
No?
Future is what it is. It is what it is, and that's all there is to it.
And so we enjoyed the present point in time along which we flowed. This is a nice way to spend Christmas, I think.
So, in a world, in a Japanese story where birds have taken over, what do they eat on Christmas Eve if not KFC?
Well, I don't know if you remember what happens in a different route.
Cooked bird, it's delicious. I wonder what he sent it. I wonder how he got this to send it to me.
She was like, yeah, this is a romantic thing to send you on Christmas Eve, right? So I guess in a Japanese story where birds have taken over, what they eat on Christmas Eve is still birds.
Well, and also not every bird, I think, has become intelligent in this world.
Yes. I think there was also at some point a mention in one of the scenes of like serving like chicken fried rice or something at the cafeteria of this bird school.
Yeah.
There was like a
So,
chicken dish.
They still eat chicken, but the important question is, do they cook the chicken with 11 herbs and spices?
Well,
No,
I
now
my
we need
God,
we need a Colonel Sanders bird.
AFC dating sim.
we played that and Sharky refuses to go back.
I refuse to go back.
I think it was funny,
whole
but
thing.
Sharky refuses to go back. We played that, I think, one of the Valentine's days.
It was
It's silly.
we did 2 streams of it, one of them being Valentine's and the other one being like the stream before the stream after Valentine's Day. And I'm like, I never want to play this game again. But it was a silly time, yeah.
It was very silly, and I'm not sure why Sharky is so vehemently opposed, but he's very, very opposed to ever playing it again. But not to worry, because we have a whole list of other games on our backlog, which you can join for future streams. Do you want to come join for the Cthulhu dating sim? Or, well, Eldritch Horror dating sim, including a Cthulhu-like one.
Oh, Courtney, do we have that one? I don't
Sucker
have
for
it.
Love.
know.
I got that gifted to me during a stream by one of my friends.
I don't think we have it. I think I've seen a little bit about it.
Yeah.
All
Sucker for Love,
right.
huh?
Well, that seems up your alley if you want to come back. I mean, at minimum, I would love to have guests again for Ace Week in October. You know, just saying.
Oh no, Sucker for Love for Aces? Oh, please.
So Courtney, I think I've told you about this, but like, Cthulhu is basically an anime girl who's really interested in you.
Wow.
Like, there are death endings where you choose the wrong options and succumb to the darkness.
There's actually, because I know a little bit more about there's 3 different ones, and the Cthulhu girl is just one of the dateable characters.
Oh, yes.
Wow.
And, like,
There's-
on our
I mean, yeah,
list...
we won't say no. That sounds like a good time.
Yeah, on our...
Sweet, you say.
On our list of silly games to go through, and some less silly ones, there's some Chinese vampire one. There's one that I think is also supposed to teach you coding. There's the puzzle game one, which to my understanding, the the characters are different genres of puzzle game.
Yes, there's one that's like chess, there's one that's Sudoku, there's one that's literally a jigsaw piece.
I have
The one that's supposed to teach you coding, how many people on the stream actually know how to program?
3 out of 4 right now.
Okay.
Well,
was
I
wondering
know
if it would
how
be,
to
like,
hack Cookie
laughably-
Clicker. All by myself, no help.
Oh yes,
One of Courtney's MailChimp accounts is the Fast Fives Grand Champion.
Yes, perpetually, because they took down that leaderboard now.
One of the
Wow.
games
Maybe
that
more
I think is
accurate.
coming after Code Realize, because I've been wanting to play it forever, is the one where all of the characters are like samurai at the turn of the era in Japan, but then something suddenly they start becoming vampires.
We've backed 2 dating sims. I don't know when they're going to be released, but one is an anti-dating sim called I Just Want to Be Single.
Yes, that I think
And-
Dev has actually reached out to us asking when we're going to play it, and
Really?
I did feel a little awkward because they were just like commenting on our Tumblr posts and sending us asks like stuff. When are you gonna play this? Like I mean, it sounds interesting. It's on our radar. We haven't promised to play this. I don't know. We usually run through every round of a game. It's gonna be a couple months at minimum. I'm sorry.
Interesting, because yeah, that game isn't even out yet. I mean, they probably have a demo.
I think they have a
Yeah, they-
demo that they
they
were
do have a
pushing,
demo.
hoping for us to play. But the
And
thing is, we usually play every single route of a game, so we don't usually run through demos with the, like, 1 or 2 exceptions of the times that Two Flower, like, got us exclusive sneak peek demos for
Oh
the
my God,
Arcade
that-
Spirits sequel. Because I guess we're just fortunate enough that he really likes hanging out with us as also an ace dev.
Yeah, and that was the one of them that I know it is on our VOD channel where it's like, sup aces?
Oh my
both
god,
like, "Wait,
because
what?"
so they did like an intro demo to each of the characters for the game that just came out a couple weeks ago, and he gave us like one of the characters in particular that I guess he said that out of all the characters in the new game, that I think he said that one would be the one he'd say is closest to me. And I am not sure I agree with that necessarily, but I guess maybe. It's apparently the deadpan dark humor. But so for each of these individual character demos, they gave it to exactly 1 streamer per character.
And
And
they
so-
advertise, like, these are the times that this streamer is going to be playing it, so that like a lot of people can like see the new character and also see different streamers.
Yes.
Wow, exclusive.
And so for that one, because it's a demo made exclusively, specifically for us, each of those individual character ones had a special like hello message from Iris, who's like the little AI character, on your phone. And she's like, hello, Ace friends. And we're like, oh my god, we've been validated in game. Oh my gosh. It was
I like
Yeah.
that.
we were like gonna cry on stream 'cause she's like, hello, Ace friends. And we're like, oh man.
Yeah, and each of the different streamers got their own little call outs, and then
Yeah.
we're just like, oh, this is great.
I had
I
avoided
like
all of the
that.
other ones, so I hadn't realized that was gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't think I saw it either. I think I avoided it.
Yeah, and then I caught some of the other streams after us, I think. And yeah, they did that for each one of the streamers that they gave a demo to that time. So it was really sweet, and it was just, Flower is so nice to us.
Which one was that?
What do you mean, which one was that?
I'm trying to oh yeah, I was like in school. I was like, which stream was that? Because that actually went up on our VOD channel recently.
That's also the one that, like, I think the entire demo is a, like, clip or something.
Yes, it is. We actually have the entire.
We have a highlight of that entire demo, I think.
Yep. As a
Yeah, it's the super special Arcade Spirits demo thing. It's like an hour and a half. It's still on our channel, I guess, permanently because it's highlight.
Yeah, it is.
And yeah, it's
That was
right alongside the shipping dad joke from 3 years ago.
I wanted to forget about that joke. I wanted to forget about the time where I accidentally made a shipping joke.
You can never forget. Because I will never forget because it's really funny. Y'all are just awesome. Oh, Nick, thank you. You're awesome.
Channel, right?
Yes. It is preserved on the VOD channel, and it's also, if you actually go into our Twitch videos, like if you go to the profile and look at our videos.
Yeah, so we did a half stream where the first half, I think, was general Arcade Spirits, and then the second half was this demo because it was supposed to be like a 20-30 minute demo, but just knowing us, of course, it turned into an hour and a half.
Yeah.
As is custom.
As we do. This is also usually a 2-hour stream, and here we are at 4 hours. But I'm having fun hanging out.
I was gonna make a joke how this game is we're gonna go for a few hours. Whoops! It's now double stream time.
So what option am I picking, Sharky?
I want fulfillment in school. Here you go. Here you skip. This is like one of the last choices.
Happy New Year. Third term. It's still light out, so maybe I'll go somewhere before I head home. Whee!
I love how it's only the internal monologue that does the we and never aloud.
I feel like that's normal, maybe. I don't know. I also just externally say we.
I
feel
spin in
like
my
if
chair and do that.
If I'm externally saying we, I'm making a very intentional decision to do that. It's not because my brain is going we.
Yeah.
Yeah, my brain never wheeze.
I'll just randomly be like, I'm bored. I'm just gonna spin in my chair and go wee while I'm spinning. I've done that before.
Alright, so Sharky is Crow Caca, and apparently half of the MCs we ever play.
What the crap happened to my hearing?
Whee! Oh, tomorrow's Legumentine's! I think I'll buy some beans with my seed money.
Satan just got very loud for me. Holy crap.
Did you gain more hearing too?
I think I did because in mid-sentence it like doubled in sound.
A stream of miracles.
Upon miracles.
A stream of miracles and momentous occasions.
Praise the gnomes.
I do. Go gnomes.
Oh yeah. It's Legumentine's.
Today, Legumentine's is a holiday where you give beans to the boy you like, but apparently it used to involve throwing them at pigeons. Disgraceful.
Who throws beans at pigeons?
Yeah, now we just gift them nicely. Oh, Sharky, it's your time.
Good evening. Here for some beans?
Yes. Is there any kind you think is particularly good?
This year's trend is towards these bean medley for races, but they're a little pricey. It's hard to say without knowing the bird in question, really. How do I remember this voice?
Because it was a very distinctive voice. That's why I was like, it's your time to shine. One of your top 3 voices, I think.
What, this and Knocked?
Yeah. I don't know what number 3 is, but yeah.
Well, and Knocked so easily because I just go, Well, well, well.
See, you started that 3 at your normal voice, and then by number 3 you were at knocked.
Yeah, that's literally how I get the knocked.
Yeah.
And then I can just continue with the well, well, well. What do we have here? Oh, little kitty cat out of its nest.
I probably
Oh.
should give more characters random southern accents.
Oh, come on, Gravesy. You just need to have a little fun.
Graves is like, no thank you, I have enough fun with you, and that's why I left.
Like, that's one of the few voices I'm like, I can get into super easily.
Yeah, you should use it more often.
To the point where I saw the character was like, this is the voice I was using, and then the next line they're like, this slow, deep southern drawl, and I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, you got it. Gotten one.
That's true. Sometimes the cheap ramen tastes better than the expensive stuff.
I think I'll buy.
Country.
I'll take these.
Thank you, miss. Here you go.
Come to think of it, both of your most iconic voices that were mentioned just now are like semi-southern accents.
Yeah. Yeah. Why?
Apparently, you just have fun with southern accents. I also have fun with southern accents, but I just don't do them very often.
And I'm born in the Northeast and lived in the Northeast my entire life.
Yeah, I mean, I've never lived in the South either. Today is the day. The preparations are complete. Time to give the beans to that special somebody.
Oh, Kazuaki, why are you here?
Almost empty, as always. And unsurprisingly, the heat doesn't work well here, so the winter cold will stick around well through February. The pervading chill has earned the library the dubious honor of being one of the school's least popular places in winter. The few students here are huddled around the heater, so Nageki should be...
There you are, Nageki.
sitting in a frigid corner, far from the meager effects of the heater, as expected.
Please be.
Quiet in the library.
Oh, can you somehow forgive my dreadful sin?
It's cold here. Are you okay, Nageki?
I'm fine. Don't mind me, Miss Kaka. Feel free to go sit by the heater if you're cold.
Oh, I'm fine. My house doesn't have a heater at all.
Because it's a cave.
It's a cave. Anyway, I have something to give you. It's legumin times, you know. Here, oxtail millet.
For me?
Yep. You're supposed to give beans to the most important bird in your life today. Do you want them?
Yes. Thank you.
He looks happier than usual. Or is it my imagination?
I often ate these when I was younger. This brings back memories. Thank you, Miss Kaka.
You're welcome. Nageki.
And now we leave.
Discord, please.
Ah, it's cold. Legumin times is over, and now I just want spring to come already. Oh! I'm out of firewood! What should I do? Climbing down to gather more right now would be dangerous. Dot, 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 dot.
The cave is not a good place to be in winter.
Not really. Especially with no fire hood and no heater. can last one night in the cold.
I'm still like, where did they find the cave and how have they like lived there this
Good
long?
night. You know, the funny thing is,
Fine.
MC has referenced at various points, like, oh, their parents are still alive and fine. They live in this cave because they're attending this school. Like, oh, they've come from somewhere else to live here. That's why they're not living with their parents. So you would think that maybe the parents might not want their child to live in a cave in high school, but apparently the parents, who are perfectly alive and fine, are just like, yeah, cool, all right, our kid lives in a cave. Sure.
Yeah, where do all of the birds live? Like,
In
there
houses,
not
I think.
dorms?
No.
The rich birds have like a whole heckin' mansion.
Yeah,
But
Sakuya has a
there's
whole...
very clear, like, financial hierarchies amongst the birds in the
Oh,
school.
yeah.
Sakuya has a whole, like, mansion because he lives with rich family. We
And
do know...
Okasan clearly does not.
Yes.
Yeah.
We know that Ryota lives with his mom, who gets sick a
Yes.
lot.
And so he has to work all the time.
He works all the time. Also gets sick a lot.
Well, we're kind of like in an exchange program, right? Like,
Not exactly,
cultural
because it's not
exchange?
an exchange, but I guess you could consider Crow to
cultural
be.
integration.
Crow's like
I mean,
sort of an
we-
exchange student, but there's no exchange in any other direction. It's sort of like a foreign study program almost.
So are there
Yeah,
birds
like
in
that,
charge
that's
of
the
this
spoiler
program?
is
Yes.
that, like, we're the human ambassador.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And I think that means that there is a panel of birds somewhere who's overseeing this program, and they're like, oh, well, we have to put the human up somewhere to live. Where do humans live? Yeah, in a cave, I
Caves.
guess.
Yeah, I mean, so if you don't romance anyone at the beginning, there's a bad end. And actually, I guess before I got the Nageki end, my very first ending was I didn't romance anyone. And what happens then is that the Council of Birds is like, this human isn't integrating well enough with the birds, and so they just kill you.
Oh no, how dare you not be
Remember
interested
that.
in birds?
You're not dating any of our eligible bird bachelors, and so you are clearly not integrating well enough into
This
our
is
bird high school.
Amatonormativity at play.
I know. So then they just murder you, and I think the achievement for it literally has like a little bird in a reaper like cloak and everything.
Yes, it does.
Reed bird?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Perfect. 10 out of 10.
Thank you, thank you.
Hey, bro? Are you okay?
What do you mean?
You look kind of sick. Your skin's all pale.
That's from sleeping in a cave.
Yeah, with no heat.
Yeah.
I'm fine. Maybe it's your imagination.
Hmm. Well, okay. You're always healthy after all.
Yeah, people who are always healthy never get sick or anything.
Uh-huh. Well, I mean, compared to Ryota.
That's right. I'm the toughest guy in town.
Actually, I think that's Azami.
Carve it into your soul.
Carve it into your soul, kid.
You're not a guy, Crow.
Stop policing Crow's gender, okay?
Stop policing my gender, Ryota. Oh, I need to go to the library today.
Crow's like, I do not acknowledge your policing of my gender. I am whatever gender I have declared myself to be, and my gender is the toughest guy in town.
Yeah, I'm the toughest guy in town, Miss Cacaw.
Yeah.
See you.
Last night was awfully cold. But I don't feel sick or anything. Probably just Ryota worrying about everything, as usual.
Nageki.
What is it?
I'm returning books that have wandered away from home to their loving families, and
Wandered away from home? Ah, misshelved books.
right. I'm almost done, but where do you think this one goes? Flip through it, I can't tell if it's fiction, or psychology, or science, or what.
It should have a genre mark.
Genre mark?
Isn't there a label near the bottom of the back cover?
Have you worked here all year?
Oh, yes.
Just
There is.
because Crow has been working there doesn't mean that Crow knows what they're doing, okay?
True.
The books have wandered away from their loving families.
Yeah.
But it's all numbers.
You work here and you don't remember the classifications? How have you been filing them up till now?
Nageki is just 100% judgment towards Crow 100% of the time, and somehow Crow's still like, wow, I want to date you.
I've just been putting the books in the spaces in the cabinets.
I see a hole in the shelf, I put a book in it.
Yep, that's why they wandered away from their loving homes. I put them there, actually.
Cave woman's intuition.
He stares at me with eyes like scornful daggers.
You live in a cave?
Stop it! You'll leave a hole like the cave that I live in!
Give it to me. This is natural science. It starts with 4, so it's physics. Second number is a 5, so... Are you listening?
Yes. Yes.
Second number is a 5, so this is a book on seismology, so it should go.
Didn't you already say the second number belonged to something else?
First number.
That's
was a
just you
4.
not paying attention.
It was physics, and then it was seismology. And you
Yeah.
know what? It's the same thing, probably, right?
It was a 4 then a 5.
I'm definitely not gonna horrify our stream child who's getting a PhD in science by saying that physics and seismology are the exact same category.
You're a chem major,
Yeah.
not a physics major.
What was it, like biochem?
I think so.
I think.
Exclamation point. Miss... Cacaw?
Oh, fainting.
What's wrong? Is Cacaw? Hey, say something. Somebody! Somebody! How can I get someone else's attention?
Just start knocking books off the shelf, Nageki. Come on, this is pretty simple. Have you never heard of how ghosts haunt things?
Nageki hasn't read Casper yet.
There we
Oh,
go.
there's the bang crash.
I feel lousy. Where am I? I feel like I've...
My Tuesday today. The
Reese, you
infirmary.
didn't tell that story.
I've forgotten who we've told this to.
We should just tell all the
That's
stories
for later.
all the time.
Okay.
We're already 4.5 hours in. What's another 3 hours?
Oh my gosh, I have to go to bed at some point.
I'll make this quick. This Tuesday, I woke up after having worn contacts previous day, which I don't do very often anymore.
Mhm.
I slept in them,
Oh no.
and I woke up being like, oh no, my eyes are irritated. I need to get these out quickly. I popped up out of bed, went to the bathroom, popped one of my contacts out, and got this like rush of heat, and then like instant lightheadedness, and leaned onto the counter of like the bathroom sink and was like, okay, I either need to wait for this to pass, or go or just collapse like onto the bathroom floor. And then the next thing I know, Courtney's saying my name, and I'm looking up at the ceiling from the bathroom tub, and like my head hurts and my back hurts. Like, oh, this
I
is
was still
an interesting
asleep,
turn of events.
and I woke up to the bang crash of Royce's head making contact with the bathtub.
Oh
And Royce
no.
was unconscious in the bathtub.
I'm glad that you seem to be okay? Question mark?
Yeah.
I was very lucid as soon as I was awake.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, you're fine now, but that's the first time you've ever, like, just fainted and fallen over and lost consciousness and scared the hell out of me, because that's what woke me up.
Yeah,
I mean,
that sounds
within
scary.
our relationship, I fainted a couple of other times. This is the first time taking out a contact had caused such a thing.
Well, and I'm the fainter. I'm the serial fainter in this relationship. So you can't start doing that regularly. You can't make a habit of this, because we can't both be this way.
Now I just unlocked a memory of me fainting in the bathroom at like 2 a.m.
All Sharky's repressed memories maybe coming out. Who knows?
Oh jeez. Oh god.
At least you didn't wake up in an infirmary to a creepy partridge.
Oh, hey.
In a pear
The
tree?
infirmary.
It's been so long that my captions broke because it still had the same URL from 2 days ago, but now we've gone past the 2 days ago time that we started. Okay, it should have it
Amazing.
again. Okay, it's working
Amazing.
again.
I love it.
We don't usually go so long that this should matter, but apparently we
This
did.
is the first. Crow! You're awake. How do you feel? Are you alright? Do you remember who I am? Can I get you anything? Would you like me to peel you an apple?
An apple sounds great right about now, actually. Hey, Ryoto,
I ate an apple yesterday, but now I have no more apples because I ate it.
If you eat the apple, Shu cannot get near you.
I have cherries. Maybe I'll have cherries later.
Mm.
I can't answer all that at once.
Oh, sorry.
Why am I here, of all places?
You wound me.
Sorry.
Doctor!
You collapsed, and Kawara brought you here. Any other questions?
Collapsed?
I do feel really heavy. I was fine just a minute ago.
Sudden fever and inflammation of the upper respiratory tract. Cold, nothing more. Though, the violent episode leaves me somewhat puzzled.
The violent episode?
You don't remember? You kicked down the library door.
hunter-gatherer instincts, I assume. I remember no such thing.
These one-liners are so good.
Yeah.
I heard the glass smashing as I was heading home. When I went to look, I found you collapsed in the doorway. There was no one else there, so I figured it was you.
I made that much of a mess while I was out cold?
Impressive.
Sleepwalking while unconscious.
Do you think you might have some deep-seated desire to indulge in violent acts?
Yes.
Hunter-gatherer instincts?
I feel like, yeah,
Sound like
if
some sort of psychopath.
if you are a hunter-gatherer in your daily life, I feel like committing violent acts is just your everyday, actually.
It's just
That's
how you get a
true.
meal.
Yeah.
Also, this coming from Shu.
Well, he's asking because he's like, oh, relatable.
I could use an apprentice.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh. Rest, Crow. I'll sit with you. It's a little weird that you're the one here and then I'm sitting with you, but whatever.
I like Courtney and Royce. Yota's like, wait, we can't both be prone to passing out and getting sick.
Yeah.
My, I am unpopular. Is that any way to speak to a member of the faculty?
Yes.
But very well.
See, it's fine.
Yeah, you should also speak this way to Kazuaki, actually. Everything inside my head feels fuzzy. I'm causing trouble for Ryota. I'm probably gonna have to pay for the library door, too. The library. Where'd Nageki go? Natural sciences start with 4, and, I wonder if he put it back on the right shelf?
I find it funny how that was on the 7th, and then we don't do anything until the 10th.
Look, we were delirious for several days.
We need to rest.
They didn't let us back in school.
I mean, ideally, if you're that sick. Lots of requested books are gonna come in today. I'll have to work through lunch. Sorting all of these takes forever. I think I just have the encyclopedias to do before I'm done.
Huh?
There's a note on the help desk counter. I don't know who should read this. Should I
I
start
guess
it?
I can. Miss Kaka, be here after the other students have all left. Jushiro, Nageki.
It reads like a challenge to a samurai duel. How fitting! Is it fitting, Crow?
Yes, Nageki, the samurai.
I think this is the first time he's approached me. I wonder what it's all about.
Nageki, are you here? Nageki?
There. Air.
Nageki?
Hello, Miss Kaka.
You startled me. How long have you been standing there?
From the very beginning.
So, what did you need?
I want to talk with you, Miss Kaka.
Talk with me?
Continue our conversation.
We were talking about bullying, I think? Or shelving systems.
Kind of
Bullying
both.
was a while ago.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm all ears, Nageki.
I'm not sure where to start. I've noticed a lot since we last spoke together. Miss Kaka.
Hmm?
Let's go outside.
What?
But he hates going outside.
Same.
Come on.
He stands up and walks over to the door. I follow, agitated.
You first.
Okay.
Why does he want to go out all of a sudden? I should be happy, but...
Huh? What's wrong? You said you wanted to come out here.
He stands in the doorway, pushing against open air.
What are you doing? Fine?
Watch.
He walks back a little ways into the library and then runs forward, crashing into the air.
Nageki. What?
Thud! Dot, 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 dot. He bounces off the invisible wall and falls back into the library. That's too good to be a mime act.
That'd be impressive.
I mean, he is a bird. He can fly, so I suppose maybe.
As I thought. I can't leave.
What?
I can't leave this room. I wake up in this library. After a while, I lose consciousness and wake up here again, and so it repeats. Said I'd come to understand the truth by talking to you, Miss Kaka. You've probably noticed, too, why no one else talks to me.
That's because...
You're quiet.
They can't see you. If you can't see me, I can't see you.
I'm the only one who can see you.
Probably. Forgot why I was here. How I came to be stuck in this place. I've been alone here for years, with no one to talk to.
For years?
My sense of time has broken. I cannot feel or remember its passage. I've seen at least 5 school festivals go by. Then you came and talked to me. I had had no partner but myself for so long, and suddenly you wouldn't leave me alone. As I talked to you, I finally remembered why I can't leave.
I'm already starting to cry.
I killed myself in this room. And so here I stay. My clock broke here, its hands turning meaninglessly each day the same as the last. Alone. Forever. No one is bullying me or ignoring me. I'm not here to begin with. Have no regrets. It was my choice to end my life here after all. But I think I will miss you, Miss Kaka. If I wasn't like this, I would would have liked to talk to you more. For longer.
Nageki.
I wrap my arms around him. I can feel him softly, but he's cold.
First, sitting here alone was painful. But I grew numb over time. I ceased to feel pain. That feeling that I thought I had lost came back because of you.
I'll talk to you enough to make up for everyone else, Nageki. Maybe one day you'll be able to leave.
No.
Why not?
As I talked to you, I changed. I didn't notice until recently. When you told me about this school, I was probably trying to take back the time. I was never able to spend here. Never asked you to, but you relentlessly told me everything that was going on here. I already feel like I've spent a full year at this school.
You just won't shut up.
Yeah, he said leave me alone, and then she was like, I'm gonna talk to you every time.
Please be quiet in the library.
Anyway, so this is what's happening at the sports festival.
I had another math class today.
I'm laughing through the tears.
And now it's over. I think the clock's hands are going to stop soon.
Nageki.
His head is right next to mine, but his voice sounds muffled and distant. When I look down, his feet are already disappearing.
Nageki, wait. We've never talked like this before. I don't want this to be the last time.
Don't cry, Miss Kaka. I'm already long gone. There's no one here to mourn.
But
There's just one thing I need to tell you before I go. The thing that I noticed. Secret that stopped my clock.
no, don't say it. Nageki,
As I filled up, I grew closer to disappearing. You're the one who made me disappear, Miss Kaka. I can't stop it now.
I still have so many things to tell you.
You've already given me more than enough. I'm satisfied. Secret. Thank you. I love you.
And credits. Alright, how many people are crying?
Only a little bit. Hey, does that count as a spill?
Yeah, I'll say so.
Did we do it?
I'll say so.
Hurts.
I'll say that we did.
That hurts.
So yeah, the first time we played that, we were like, we like that morning dove. That's our favorite bird. That's the one we're gonna date. And of course, we picked the dead one.
Yup. Same.
So like us.
The literal Casper the Friendly Ghost.
Yeah, I mean, Crow literally compared him at one point to a friendly ghost.
Yeah. those hunter-gatherer instincts.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Various credits.
This game's good.
Yeah.
It is a good game.
And that's our run through that took us like 5 hours, mostly because we just started going on a lot of tangents as we always do.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. We always do. We go on so many tangents that there's another channel point reward for end tangent.
Which is like 10,000.
Yeah, I think it is 10,000, and I think Flower's the only one who has ever used it.
Just so people can be like, just shut up and play the game, please.
Yeah, I think
That's
Flower's
the
usually the
streaming
only one.
equivalent of a smite button.
Kind of. I think that Flower is indeed the only one who has ever used the end tangent button, but it is technically available for 10,000 channel points anytime someone wants us to just shut up and move on with the game.
I think too many people are interested in the 1,000,000 channel point option. So that one doesn't get used a lot because they're like, well, we have to save up for the 1,000,000 for the Sharky Christmas album.
Yeah, our things include, we have the introvert's greeting for 10, so that after like a couple minutes you can just quietly say hi without having to actually engage. There's the default highlight my message, unlock random sub emote. There's for 250, what did that just say, where we have to read one of the caption things that caught us completely wrong. There's choose an emote to unlock, which is another default one. Send a message in sub-only mode.
That's a default one.
That's a default one.
Modify
Yeah.
the default.
Modify a single emote. Random demonology fact. Daily Kingdom Hearts fact. Voice swap for 1,000. I don't think anyone's really redeemed that one since
Joe
the...
has.
Yeah, but not anytime
considering
recently.
asking if I should ask for a random Kingdom Hearts fact during
Yes.
that, but I thought we might lose a listener.
I like... Well, it comes from me just randomly asking Sharky for Daily Kingdom Hearts facts in just normal chatting.
Yeah, she'll just be like, / random KH fact.
It's not even dot slash.
Well,
I think it's just
sometimes-
slash.
Oh, okay. Just as like a command.
Daily
random Kingdom
KH
Hearts
fact.
And so then I have to figure out one off the top of my head.
But yes, there's the voice swap, which is for 1 minute. We have to swap who's doing what roles.
Yep.
And then we have these streams where I bring up Photoshop and I recolor a character of someone's choosing to the ace and arrow flag colors, and then there's an option for that they can choose the character and flag, so they can also request like Bi or Pan or General Rainbow Pride or whatever. And then at 3,500 points is the Art Shark request, where Sharky, who is less familiar with Photoshop, has to art along with me to
I don't
recolor.
remember that. Wait, I don't remember that being added. What?
Well, I asked you for the value, and you're the one who gave me the value for it, so there is a 3,500 point channel reward.
I'm halfway there on my Twitch account that I created 2 days ago, so
Oh no.
So, yeah, you could request an Art Shark recolor along stream. And then the next time we do a recoloring stream, Sharky would have to also do it. And sometimes Sharky veers off and does his own rendition of what colors to choose.
Which is how we got Yu-Gi-Oh! Where the Millennium Puzzle was purple, and you were like, this is blasphemy.
Yeah, it is. Then there's the 10,000 End Tangent and the 1 million Sharky Christmas album.
You can
A
see how
Sharky
long
Christmas album, though.
Sharky, the
collective
goldfish.
studios on this channel need to be able to combine their points
there is a
to
thing.
go towards the Christmas album.
There is a thing for that, but the problem is you can only put in 2,000 per stream,
There was also
and it's only set up for a max of a month.
yeah. We did have briefly a Sharky Takes It Back for some Dorito slander.
Oh yes, because I said Cool Ranch is disgusting.
So we had a
There's been
group
like that.
channel thing that people could contribute towards Sharky Takes It Back, but we didn't make it to the channel point goal for that, so Sharky did not take it back.
And I never will.
But yeah, in the music channel on our Discord.
Needing to like eat a bag of.
No, it's literally just I take it back. Cool Ranch Doritos are not disgusting. He doesn't even have to do anything beyond that, but
Wow,
Yeah.
it really sounds like, yeah, I don't know. I think we need to really conspire to save up for that album. Cause Sharky is always like, I'm a goldfish, so it's like Sharky the goldfish. So I started singing Sharky the goldfish, and then one of our other people who comes in a lot, Melik, wrote out full lyrics for a Sharky the goldfish song.
And that is still in the
It's
Discord.
pinned, I think.
It's in the music channel.
Yeah.
actually
Sharky the
pinned.
goldfish was a very forgetful soul with a bright fang smile, a boopable nose, and a wheeze that cures the soul.
I forget which stream that was, but we were streaming and Malik was just
It
like,
was the day
"I'm
after
looking at-"
Christmas.
I don't remember.
It was the day after this past Christmas, according to this, because it was posted December 26, 2021.
I mean, hold on.
Malik's amazing.
I'll look at the stream. That's Q4 2021.
Mix got 27.3. In all honesty, I think
Mix,
Magic
go.
is gonna be the one to get it, considering they have 138K already.
Oh, we were playing Code Realize.
What probably needs to happen is that people keep gifting Magic a sub so that they can gain at like 1.2 times rate. Because I know Melik has gifted before, so that Magic could get that boosted channel point rate.
The only way y'all could conspire more is that there is a gambling system where like you can gamble you can gamble channel points, and you can basically be like, which of these outcomes are more likely, and you can gamble a bunch of channel points, and depending on the odds you could get a bunch of channel points, and that is like the quick fast way, but we never do that.
Yeah.
Wild.
Hi, YouTube.
Man.
You have actually missed it. We just finished up after 5 hours. We dated
We
Nageki.
just finished up dating the deceased mourning dove.
Or I guess we didn't really fully date him, because as soon as he was like, I love you, now I'm gonna go disappear into the ether.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
had
We
just
attempted
finished
real hard.
drying our tears.
Yeah.
But thanks for popping in. I'm sorry that you missed it, but it'll be available by VOD for like 2 months,
2 months.
since it
2
has the
months,
Prime
yes.
stuff on it.
2 months, and then it will show up someday on the VOD channel.
Yes.
Hooray. So Hachu.
Since the VOD channel is stuck in 2020 still, we kind of have a while before we hit 2022.
Yeah, the VOD should be up like pretty shortly, and then it'll be up for a couple of months, so there's time to go back. We went on a lot of tangents, and we had the ace couple with us, so it's also more tangents, and it was a lot of fun.
It was a lot.
Make sure to go
We're
back
good
and
at
listen.
tangents. The fact that this ending was called Dream's End.
It's so sad.
Yeah, I should have the
Oh,
full
Hatoful
gallery.
Boyfriend.
Yeah, this is the one that, like,
In my heart.
you don't date anyone, you get killed.
Goods,
Yep.
caramel candy, ladder, iPhone 4S.
The ladder is so you can get into your cave, you know?
Of course.
Yeah, we got
Then there was the happy couple.
Happy couple.
Such beautiful eyes you have.
That was the shoe ending.
Yep, that was the shoe ending.
Ooh.
A pudding odyssey!
Pudding!
Yep, Lord Pudding on the top right.
This was a feather. Oh, right, there was some of this stuff too.
Yeah,
Issa
and that's
Sama?
where I got the Isa shoe from.
Yeah.
That's where I got the first half. I took the two different things.
Kawara Ryuji. Who's so bright and happy. Thanks for playing.
And that's what you get for all. For
Where Shu is still holding a cleaver.
Of course he is.
Well,
Of course he
yeah.
is.
And then
All the
there's
cards are out on the table by this point.
and then
I
there's
mean, yeah.
Angel holding a cross.
To the end
Which
of
is
emptiness.
Not
No,
quite
wow.
competitive with a cleaver.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Alright, well I guess that's our stream until the next time that I con guests into joining, which the 29th we have our one Aloe guest for the month, Insidious Pie, as our resident Aloe audience
we have
member
to-
that pops in.
We have to have one resident aloe, I guess.
It's Pride Month, and we should interact sometimes with the rest of the alphabet.
Yeah, for diversity's sake.
For Pride Month. For Ace Week, it's all aces, only aces, right? But for Pride Month, when it's all the letters, then we want to have at least one of the other letters, right?
Yeah.
So we'll have Pie on the 29th, where I'm not promising what game we're playing because Sharky has warned me already that it's dangerous because I asked, is it dangerous? And he was like, yes, of course it is.
Have you been here for this stream?
All aces Final Destination.
Oh no, not Final Destination.
No, it's Oops All Aces.
But yes, if this stream was one thing, Pi is one of the people who shows up and being like, I will cause more tangents when
More tangents
she's
and chaos. Mwahaha.
when she's in chat, when she's
Yes.
voicing with us.
Yeah, so look forward to that in a week and a half. We should be back this Wednesday for Lovingly Evil if my throat doesn't give out from work things.
Are we off next weekend or is that the following weekend?
24th and 26th, I will most likely be out. 24th
Okay,
for
so-
sure.
this upcoming
26th
weekend.
is probably also... There's a big Pride celebration here that weekend, so I'm probably going to be out at the Pride celebration stuff for at least a day, which I don't quite know if it'll be Saturday or Sunday. It kind of depends on my friends that are coming up.
Okay. We have one more stream for the week.
Yeah. And yeah, we have the one more collab for the month because I couldn't quite fit in having my roommate, who is also coincidentally Ace, Gray Ace, on one of them. But I'll drag her back into doing another one at some point. We'll just have lots of guests all the time because we love having guests. And so I'm going to con people into coming on. And by con, I mean willingly invite.
In the chat, full house, but it's all aces. Sounds like someone's cheating a little bit.
A three of a kind and a pair of aces? Sounds legit.
Yeah, it's just, yep. Nope, actually it's gonna be like the TV show, but everyone is ace. There's just like 10 different aces.
Yeah, I'm not mad about that. But yeah, absolutely. If we if we would be welcomed back, we would gladly come back again for Ace Week or
Yes,
just yeah, no,
yes.
I'll tell you the horrors and delights of Cincinnati if you want.
Yes, and we'll figure out that tabletop stuff.
Yes, D&D.
Oh yeah, tabletop. So, to leave everyone on a cliffhanger, last time Courtney was in Cincinnati... I got ahead of myself. Last time Courtney was in Cincinnati, people thought she was a ghost.
Literally.
Amazing. Okay, on that note,
Haunted Cincinnati.
thanks everyone who came to join and watch. Hope you all had fun. Hope our lovely guests had fun so that I can convince you to come back again soon. And in the meantime, have a good rest of your day / night / whatever time zone. Thanks. Bye.
Temporally appropriate time